Hello. Hello. Welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Real quick, I kind of forgot that I was supposed to go and grab another coffee, so I'm gonna do that before I start. But welcome everybody. Hope you have a lovely day already. Welcome to you, Northrix. Welcome to you, Magical Fury. Welcome to you, Murthus. Welcome to you, Don Luza. And welcome to anybody else who might have joined us now, or maybe watching this later if you'd like to. I will be right back. Sorry, it's gonna take like 5 minutes until I get my beer up back. Alrighty, so I'm back. Sorry about that. Also, welcome to you as well, KP81. over on YouTube. How is that possible? Some jobs you only get later in life. Yes. So basically, in a 4-job Fiesta, when you don't have the job unlocked yet that you're supposed to use, then you just use all the other jobs that you have currently assigned or available to you until you unlock that job. So in this case, we didn't have Mime unlocked for a long time here. Also, let's continue starting the timer before I forget about it. Basically, because we didn't have the Mime unlocked for quite a long time here, well, we just had 2 of another job. So for a long time I was running 2 white mages, because effectively I wanted to put white magic on more or less every character, so that's kind of what I did there. And that's kind of the entire thing, really. It's just you add whichever jobs you have, at least one represented on your party at any given point. And then you do that. You can use mods or cheat codes or ROM hacks, whatever you fancy, in order to unlock the job classes early if you would like to. In this case, I usually just play the game vanilla without any modifications, because that's kind of what I personally prefer. But there's nothing stopping you from just using these kinds of modifications if you'd like to. Alrighty, last time we arrived in World 3, and then I couldn't shake just being really tired, unfortunately, and decided that I'm gonna be continuing this run today. So you have for until Saturday, if anybody may watch this later, you have until Saturday to vote on the straw poll for which game you would like me to see play next. The straw poll is here. Let me pin this one until the end of the stream. And also over on YouTube, because I'm just gonna post this in chat if you'd like to vote there. You know what, actually on YouTube I should put this into the description, right? Because if I don't put it in the description, people are not gonna be able to see it. So, edit. Yeah, there we go. Vote for the next game here until Saturday the 25th, was it? 25th of June. July? Wait, it's July already, isn't it? It's July. Alrighty, put that in the description so people over on the YouTube side, if you'd like to watch the VOD later, now have easy access to that too, hopefully. Alrighty, moving on. You think you got it? You think I was lucky with my jobs? A solid team? Yes. Well, Mystic Knight and White Mage basically can beat the game on their own. Like, they don't necessarily have any synergies between between the jobs, but they're just really, really good on their own. Monk helped a lot for getting extra strength on the characters to have a bit of extra punching power, which was especially nice early game. It's kind of fallen a bit out of favor for the most part, but it's still pretty solid, especially since it gives our White Mage, and I guess now also Mime, a way to actually battle anything. So we equip the not chicken knife here, and then once again break the gargoyles. So these gargoyles have 5000 HP each, but instead of dealing damage to them, I'm just going to use Breakblade, inflicting petrification. An enemy that is not immune to petrification will be instantly killed by this. Normally, the break spell from a black mage has a chance to hit. However, a Mystic Knight's status effects of Sleep Blade, Mute Blade or Break Blade, if you physically connect with the enemy, it will inflict a status effect, which is incredibly strong. So sure, an enemy might be weak to fire, ice or lightning, which we do have elemental swords as well, but why not just use Breakblade, because most random encounters are not immune to being broken apart. Tonberry is kinda scary though. I'm pretty sure this guy is immune to Breakblade, but I have to admit, it's been a long time since I even tried fighting one of these guys. I probably should do like 100% bestiary runs on the... Okay, yeah. It looked initially like, oh, he's breaking apart, but no, he didn't. So, Tonberries, I think, has some interesting rare steals, although I don't recall what it is. The chests in this room are a Turtle Shell, an Air Lancer Dagger, and an Ether or something like that. It's nothing crazy. Then we have 2 chests here. This chest up there is a chemist mixed drink that I don't really care to get, to be completely honest. Please let me run. Let me equip the chicken knife again so we can run away, hopefully. We could fight stuff in here, but we will get into a location where battling enemies is going to be significantly easier later down the road. And here we have a rune blade. Now this is a very interesting weapon, because it is a sword, but not a knight exclusive sword. We can actually equip it. It might seem kind of pitiful with only 50 attack power, but it guaranteed, rune weapons always guaranteed critically hit and deal double damage, ignore the enemy's defense, as long as you have at least 5 MP to spare. On top of that, they also scale with your magic power, as well as your strength stat in the case of the rune blade. So if we put extra white magic onto our Mystic Knight actually is going to deal really competent damage with the rune blade. Like, kind of like the chicken knife that scales with agility and strength, the rune blade scales with strength and intelligence, or well, strength and magic power. I think it's called magic power in this game. Magic. It scales with strength and magic. So if we attach a high level white mage to our Mystic Knight and equip the rune blade, even though it only has 50 attack power, it's actually going to deal decent damage. The main downside of it is that the rune blade does not... You cannot enchant the weapon with an element if you use the rune blade. That is the main downside of it. Hey Taro1, welcome, hope you're doing well today. There we go. I didn't remember these things being that difficult to run away from. What we can actually do here is we can move Ferris into the front row, and let's say Kryl as well. Because in case we can't run away for a few turns, we might as well just knock out the enemies. The chest in the top right I think is a high potion, so I don't really care to get a singular high potion. And the chest over here is a bit more interesting, because this is a reflect ring. We can cast a reflect as a white mage, which usually covers all of our bases, but it is actually much easier for us to use a reflect ring sometimes, because it's a permanent reflex status. Also, the reason why I didn't attack that guy is I believe when he's alone, he counterattacks with some really strong, like, fighting attack. So I wanted to make sure we one-shot him with Breakblade. Alright, common steel from the Tonberry is a plumed hat, the rarest elixir. He has a rare drop of a Mirage Vest. Oh, it's the drop that's the Mirage Vest. I see, that's good to know. Thank you, Chin. I remember it being interesting, but I misremembered it being a steal rather than a drop from the Tonberry. Alrighty, next up we're grabbing this sword as well. So this is the strongest regular sword in the game, the Enhancer. It also, I think, is the extra magic power, but it doesn't scale with magic power. Like 3 magic power, I guess, is nice. But 102 attack power is pretty solid, plus importantly, we can enchant the weapon with elements. So we do actually now have a secondary weapon that is pretty decently strong. Money. Drop down the hole. You can also take the stairs on the bottom right, but dropping down is easier. Then you want to open up this chest from the bottom, otherwise you're gonna get spiked if you try to open it from the side. And we get another Aegis, well, I say another Aegis shield. This is our first Aegis shield. We don't actually have one yet. Then the Titan's axe, and we move on. Alrighty, and with this we are basically done in history. We can pick up the tablet. These tablets are... well, each of them unlocks one legendary weapon if you were to go and go back to the shrine. But as we mentioned earlier, well, last stream, we don't really have any use for any of the extra magic weapon or legendary weapons, because we cannot use most of them. And the Sage's Staff, as well as the Assassin Dagger, we already have them. So there's not really anything else for us to gain over there. Technically we can use the Magus Rod and the Mime, in order to boost our elemental damage, but we can also just equip the elemental rods and or other stuff, so it doesn't make a big difference. Hey Iceburner, GBA, your most played version, nice. So, we can actually just ignore this guy and run away, but I think with this team we can easily take down the big guy. So, let's go and do that. We're going to equip Hermes sandals on our white mage here. And also we start you at the very least in the back row. Fairies, you get the chicken knife for really good damage. And you have a thief's glove. You know what? If I want to steal from the stuff, I guess the thief's glove is kind of the way to go, isn't it? Might as well, because the thief's glove increases or doubles your steal chance to 80% if we get proc the steal thing. Anyways, this is Leviathan. I think he has 40,000 HP, he is weak to lightning, also he is heavy, which means we cannot easily like one-shot him with any shenanigans. However, you can technically blind him, but we don't have a way to blind enemies with this team, to my knowledge anyways, so we can't really do that. So, however, this guy is actually kind of scary with the ability to cast Tidal Wave. Now, if you cast spells on him, I believe he counterattacks with tidal waves occasionally. So we're gonna prioritize using Shell on our characters to half the damage from tidal wave coming up. He also hits decently hard, as you can see, with physical attacks, so that is a concern. But if we attack him with physical attacks, his counterattack is going to be 2 out of 3 times, I believe, Entangle, which can paralyze a character. But that's why I equipped the Hermes sandals as well. Characters equipped with the Hermes sandals cannot be paralyzed, so I probably should heal Lena. And what do you wanna do? I think you also wanna cast, or start casting Blink, because I think Ferris goes down to physical attack if she gets hit. So starting to cast Blink makes the most sense. And then we just keep attacking. The only character that can be paralyzed is Butts in our scenario here. Shell for you. Now everybody's shelled, now we start blinking, so we don't take as much physical damage. And that's already half of his HP gone with 3 attacks from Ferris. Keep in mind, this is not entirely reliable. Oops. Because she has a 25% chance to run away, so every 4 attacks she's just gonna be running, I suppose. On average. It's not exactly 4 attacks. Alrighty. Just heal yourself. And that's Leviathan's double turn right there. Well, he gets actually a number of different double turns. And it looks like we're just getting lucky here for the most part. I could attack with Kryl as well, but I don't think it's all that useful. I could cast Holy on him, which would deal substantial damage to him, especially if equipped as Sage's Staff. But again, he counterattacks spells with Tidal Wave occasionally, and that's kind of the only scary part in this encounter. So basically, if let's say I cast Holy on him, then he counterattacks with Tidal Wave. We survive it thanks to Shell on everybody. But then if he gets his turn at the same time and also uses Tidal Wave, we would just lose. Also, I think his common drop is always a Reflect Ring. So if you want Reflect Rings, you can also defeat this guy. It's also a summon monster. But again, you can just walk away, you never have to fight him. I just figured, might as well, we are right here. Then, we do have the Wonder Rod, so we could go into the Phoenix Tower and grab a bunch of levels or ability points there. We don't really have... well, actually no, we do have an easy way of dealing with the enemies in the Phoenix Tower. And Ferris is going to master Mystic Knight soon. Afterwards, it would be ideal if we were also able to master Bonk, but at the same time that's gonna take a long time until we get there. Monk has quite a lot of job levels to go through because it gets like all of its passive abilities, barehanded, the focus, the chakra. The chakra is actually something I didn't even mention because it's not usually relevant. Chakra is a self-heal, removing I think poison and blind statuses, and also heals you for a small amount, scaling with your magic power. But because monks have baseline 0 magic power, it doesn't tend to be all that useful. But early game, it could be your only like other form of healing, so it might actually have some niche uses there. Like you could chakra on, or put chakra on a black mage or something like that for a bit of self-healing. That scales decently well. Alrighty, we could go into the trench to get the Kaizen Knuckles, I guess, but there's not really much of a reason to get those because Hermes handles unfortunately are just gonna be better on average, without a question. We have flame shields for Omega. Do we need anything else for Omega? I'm trying to think. Hermes sandals, flame shields, cast a reflect on the corresponding turn, heal with items. This is probably fine. I guess we would like to have an extra Mystic Knight, so to speak, but I guess we're gonna turn Ferris into a mime anyways, once she masters her Mystic Knight. What? I guess then we will have 2 Mystic Knights attacking. We do have a secondary weapon, but we need a dagger. So I think the Thief Knife would be the way to go then. An order 365, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing to the Prime Gaming thing. Welcome to you, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you kindly. So let me think. In order to survive Omega's onslaught, we would want to have white magic on our Mystic Knight, and we would like to have a mime with white magic too. And the Mastered Mystic Knight. So I guess we're gonna turn Ferris into a white mage next. So she gets a bunch of levels in that. Does she need to master? Well, mastering is definitely not gonna be necessary for white mage. This guy hits like a truck. I believe he will one-shot the mime and the white mage if he hits. Also, Maelstrom just puts everybody he hits into critical HP. How unpleasant, but oh well. We can easily heal up thanks to having white mages, so it's not a big deal. So, in the Phoenix Tower here, we can no longer run away from enemies. Which is gonna be a bit awkward. You get Spellblade. You do have Spellblade. What level Spellblade do you have? 5. Actually, that's good. Okay, that's good. Let's give you Hermes Sandals so you can go faster. You equip the Thief's Knife. You equip another reliable hit weapon. So we wanted to have daggers, mango, which is fine. Thief's Knives, we might get a little of extra money out of it. And we're going to be climbing the Phoenix Tower. Not for any reward at the end, but what we find on the way there. So, left, left, right is usually the pattern you go until you get to the next, like, intermediate floor. So left, left, and then right here. The only difference is, I think it's left, right, left for floor 21, and then the rest is once again left, left, right. So there's always 2 pots here. One contains a lot of money. The higher you go, the more money it has. And the other one contains Brickblade, Brickblade, The other one contains things and stuff. An enemy. A very interesting enemy. All of these enemies actually have items to steal that are very interesting to us. I forgot that mine doesn't have attack at the top, so I selected the wrong thing. Oopsie. Also, let's give you... You need the item command. Do you have the item command? You do not. That's so awkward. You don't need white magic for now, it's fine. Hermes sandals. Black robe is fine. Chicken knife for speed is good. Then we unequip the... Then actually we do not unequip your stuff. We're gonna unequip her speed things, but we did not do that. So you have 30 agility, that's good enough. Alright, so this is a strange encounter. Because what this guy does is he wants elixirs. So we give him an elixir. And 1 in 3 times when you use an elixir on him, he says yeah yippee and runs away. Which is what we want to see, because when he runs away, he leaves us with a gift of 100 ability points. However, we can say, oh, I would like to not use that many elixirs, because it's only a 1 in 3 chance. You can use 10 elixirs and this still doesn't run away. However, we can reset this encounter by using the Wonder Wand as an item. You need to be able to equip the Wonder Wand to use it like that. But when you do, you just reset the battle to the beginning of how it was. And that does include, we have all 15 elixirs still. So, because I would like to not use up more elixirs than 1 for this, we can repeatedly do this. Now the thing is, if you have a time mage and want to cast return with that, that doesn't work. You actually specifically need the Wonder Wand. Well, I should have rearranged my inventory beforehand. A bit late now. Because you cannot cast spells in these encounters. If you try, it's just all grayed out. So we specifically have to go and put the Wonder Wand and break it, because this is the only way to cast a return in here. Come on, buddy. It's a 1 in 3 chance. This is why we needed the item command on our Mimic, by the way. Because the Mimic is the only character that can equip the Wonder Wand to begin with. So this is as good as it gets for us. And as you can see, we would have used like 5 elixirs now, and he still doesn't run away. Imagine how useless the Wonder Wand would be if it cycled through time magic, and eventually got to reset and couldn't loop through. That actually would be very funny. Because if you think about it, it does give you eventually a use of haste and haste ga. So it actually would be useful, but if you cycle it too far, it would end up just not do anything anymore. Yeah, yippee! Well, on the bright side, this guy's just gonna be eternally happy because we will keep feeding him elixirs. Unfortunately, we'll just forget about us ever doing that because we just return to this never actually happened kind of territory. Alrighty. For the next encounter, we want to have the Wonder Wand equipped right away. You know, actually, I just realized I can do this much more easily for myself. I'm gonna select, or have the item cursor on Elixir for Ferris. I'm gonna have the cursor on you for the Wonder Wand. Select it, and then we run away. I think I could have done this to begin with, I just forgot about it. But now, Ferris is automatically going to be on Elixir, I don't have to scroll through the menu anymore. And then we just use the Wonder Wand and we hold down the A button until we win. Magic pot that count to bargain. Yes, pretty much. Now that you many, you're guaranteed to have good RNG. I was wondering about that. Your prediction was killed immediately. Would have been funny though. I take my time to actually set the menu, and then it just works first try. I still argue it's probably worth setting up the menu anyways. I do wonder whether it also resets your RNG, because it's entirely possible that it does. So it's entirely possible that right now it is impossible for us to get the thing. Is it freshly RNG'd each loop? I don't know. Final Fantasy V's RNG is kind of notoriously prone to fall into patterns. Excuse me. So it might actually just be the exact same outcome every time right now, for all I know. Like, even running away might not actually do anything for me, for what I know anyways. Okay. Let's do the running away. We get 100 ability points. Trial gain a job level, 10% HP. Lena gain a job level, level 6 white magic. And Ferris gain a job level, Spellblade level 6. Oh, wait. Level 6 Spellblade. I thought her last ability was something else. But no. Ferris mastered Mystic Knight. Lena just exactly got to white magic level 6, so she's also done with white mage right now. Because the last ability would be MP plus 20%, I think. Anyways, Ferris now is gonna become a white mage, and we're going to be fast-tracking her level, so to speak. Or at least that's the idea. This is really awkward, because now we only have one Spellblade user. I guess you just... Actually no, never mind, I'm a dingus. We do not have just one Spellblade user, we have two, because of course Lena's gonna turn into Mystic Knight from now. With level 6, white magic. Is she gonna stay a white mage? Maybe actually. Anyways, we equip daggers, purely because it does not matter how much damage we deal. We just wanna use daggers for accuracy reasons, because some enemies in here do have evasion, but daggers famously cut evasion in half, which is very convenient for us. Anyways, we're gonna continue breaking our way up through the tower. Spellblade. You don't have to. You do have the attack command. It's just the bot. My goodness, Mimic is so weird. I'm so used to just attack command is at the top. But Mimic doesn't follow that rule because you specifically have to equip the attack command. We could mimic Lena's attack, but then we would need to have bots go exactly after Lena, because otherwise he's gonna mimic defending instead. If you remember correctly, the game seeds RNG via player inputs. Well, player inputs definitely affect the randomness. I can confirm that. I just don't know how or which exactly affects it. I do not have intricate knowledge of that. I mean, we gained some levels along the way too. So, I think the pot is on the left side this time. Oh no, it isn't. It's on the right side still. Alrighty, so we set up our menu, so it's gonna be easier. Lena gets to sit on the elixir. Then you are going to switch your item out for the Wonder Wand. Select the Wonder Wand as your item and we run away. Running away is guaranteed against the magic pot, so if you actually want to train or get chicken knife procs or if you want to power up your chicken knife, then you can actually just repeatedly encounter the magic pot and just run away. So we're kind of doing a hybrid method here, just because this seemed to work at least to not give us the same result over and over. I'm just gonna run away after each attempt here. After we reset and regain our elixir, that is. Get agility? What is this? Final Fantasy 2? I have yet to play that game, so... Do you actually gain agility by running away? That would be fascinating. I know you equip like 2 shields and start hitting yourself for really efficient... I ran away without resetting first, whoops. In Final Fantasy 2, all your stats go up by using them, so agility goes up by, you wanna say, doing actions and dodging stuff. Final Fantasy 2 had some unique ideas. Yeah, I mean... I really respect the ideas. Because if you use something a lot, then you should get better at doing that. It's actually a concept that I really enjoy. I've never played Final Fantasy 2, so I don't know how well it would resonate with me in that implementation. But conceptually, I really like the idea. It's actually been always one of my favorite things about Seeker of Mana. If I use my spells a lot... Hey, there we go. 100 ability points. Learning the top level. And Farius is now level 1, level 2, level 3 white magic. We also get a Phoenix Down from this, for what it's worth. But yeah, Seeker of Mana, I always really enjoyed the concept of... I use my ability a lot. Or my... Yeah, I use my stuff a lot, so I would like for me to get better at using my stuff. So I gain levels by using certain weapons repeatedly. I gain levels by repeatedly using the same spell and stuff like that. It honestly was a good idea, but poorly executed in some aspects. Like, you get the ultimate at the end of the game, but it's completely useless because your mages aren't ever going to take the time to level a spell up. Unless you do, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of the flaw on a system like that, like the intrinsic flaw. If you get a new weapon, if you get a new spell in a system where you level up stuff by using things, you have to actually invest a lot of time and effort into getting that thing to be actually useful, because otherwise it's just gonna be better to use your old stuff still. I would say Dark Souls and Elden Ring and games like that also have a similar problem where, well, you already refined your weapon and maybe even your armored equipment in order for it to be what you need it to be. So it's kind of difficult to justify trying to switch to a different weapon because of it. It's part of the reason why I'm not necessarily a fan of upgrade systems in games. I'm not intrinsically against them, to be fair. But they do come with certain drawbacks. Mag! And I don't know if we actually successfully stole anything. If you steal anything in this tower here, it actually is often worth a lot of money. So that's nice. Final Fantasy 2 stat grinding is particularly odd. Conceptually it makes sense, but it has some issues, like you can't gain HP on purpose without attacking your own characters, etc. Yeah, because you need to take damage in order for the HP stat to go up, right? Part of the theory is that agility goes up by having agility, but it's the most arcane stat to level. Huh. If magic leveled up in general instead of spell by spell, it would be a lot better. Yeah, Seeker of Mana has like the spell schools that increase in effect, right? So I suppose that would be kind of what you'd be looking for. Alright, we're once again going to grab the Wonder Bond. Let me actually just move this thing up, so it's easy to exchange. Then we run away and do the same thing again. It also lets your character very easily get into a rut. If you have low HP, you won't be able to tank hits to get more HP. Yes. That is a huge problem, isn't it? Hey Hoppy, welcome to you as well, and welcome to you as well, Firelakar. Hope you have a good day at work. Final Fantasy II Saga Beta. I think I've heard that before, that sounds about right. You start playing Grim Dawn. I hope you have a great time with that. So I think we need one more pot for Ferris to have effectively gained everything she wants from White Mage, right? On the run? Up your mangoes again, and off we go up the tower. We don't need elixirs. I should put Spellblade on the left side of my mine. Like, attack down is fine. Well, I guess item down would be more memorable. So I guess that would mean we put or attack on the right side then. Ow. These things hit pretty hard. Spore, and sometimes poison you too. They do not like Lena. How rude. Alrighty, not many. Remove the poison. I did not need to use Ace, and that is way more expensive than it needs to be. You rather enjoyed just dual wield shields? I love when games let you dual wield shields. I don't know why, but when I learned in Phantasy Star 4, was it? That you could dual wield shields, I immediately went to go and grab more shields. A certain other game also has a shield focus for one of the job classes. I don't want to mention which game it is, in case somebody wants to play that game and not get spoiled. Somebody's gonna die. And it is Rob. How very inconvenient. Could have revived him before continuing to attack, but it's fine. It's a legit threat in Final Fantasy II. Whenever the game lets you dual wield shields, it is always a legitimate strategy. Monster attack. Alright, items. Set your cursor to elixir. Items. Put the Wonder Wand, set your cursor to Wonder Wand, run away. And then I think this is gonna be all the ability points we need. Yeah, yippee! Yeah, yippee, but doesn't run away. But we run away instead. Maybe we need to teach him how to run away by letting him see us run away. That seems like a reasonable play, right? He doesn't know how to run away before we run away at least once. Surely. Nah, he doesn't learn. He's probably just very confused. He sees a party arrive, and from his vision, we arrive, run away, arrive, run away, arrive, run away, and randomly just give him one elixir, and then he decides to run away too. Because he does not know about all of the other alternative universes where he got an elixir and didn't run away. It's like teaching us Magi to explode. Yeah, sure. I like that. Are you able to find magic pots out in the wild, or do they only show up when you touch certain pots? These are specific to Phoenix Tower. They do not show up anywhere else in the game. At least I don't think they do. These are very specifically in here. Let me try a second time. Hey, it actually worked. He flees. Alrighty, Ferris now has learned White Mage level 6. That's all we need for White Mage. Now, she could become the Mime. But actually I would prefer if Ferris became a monk first to learn Barehanded. So I think we're gonna switch that around. Actually, we're gonna switch that around when we reach the next magic pot. Because I think there's at least one more. Also, we are on floor 21 now. So that means we need to go left, right, left this time. At least I think... No, it is right, right, left. I'm wrong. Oh well. This is the hand form. Do you think it's weak to ice? Normally the hand form is immune to ice for arcane reasons. Maybe this one is different. Oh, you don't have that. Also, I did not equip a good weapon on Lena, did I? Fire! Should be fine. Oh yeah, especially if we have the luck of the ages in this run, where enemies just keep attacking specifically the characters that have resistances or absorption to certain elements. It's quite impressive how consistently they just target our friends like that. Alrighty. So just attack, I guess. Mug him. Okay, he is not in fact immune to ice, which is interesting. I don't know how much HP they have. We stole a mallet from this guy. Fire a gun. Oh, it heals itself with fire a gun. That's fine, because we don't... I don't usually fight these things. Normally I try to avoid them, of course. Alright, it was right, right, left. Spellblade. Actually, your weapon is fine. Spellblade, break. Spellblade, break. And then we just attack. So why choose the Flame Shield over Aegis? It's actually quite simple, because I plan on defeating Omega. And having a way to absorb fire damage at Omega specifically is significantly more valuable. Hey, a rare drop. Also, apparently it was not right, right, left. I did the wrong thing. Again. Surely this thing is weak to lightning. But yeah, basically I'm just looking to get Omega defeated. Miss out, that would be 75% of our current HP gone. But thankfully for us, he missed. He's missed out. Very convenient. Stolen Ether. I wonder if you can copy the mug. Alrighty, that is half of our HP gone, and I'm gonna heal everybody. So the problem is right now, Ferris is not gonna get healed, and we heal the machine thing instead as well. But that's the easiest way to keep everybody alive in case it uses that attack again. Although we might just knock him out here instead. We did. Let's actually unequip the replay ring. I mostly equip this one because some enemies in here have confusion and other attacks that I felt like could be reflected. So. No, that's the wrong spellblade. But yeah, if we want to have fire absorption, in our case, we technically oh wow, this is why we have daggers. Dance all days, put somebody to sleep. But our hasted characters are immune to sleep, so it's fine. I interrupted myself and I forgot what I was talking about, sorry. Oh yeah, right. We technically could equip a flame ring in order to absorb fire, but we have no way of casting haste with our team. So, unfortunately for us, if I were to equip a flame ring as an accessory, we would have no way of having a hasted character, and Omega is way too fast to not have haste on your characters, in my opinion. Like, it's possible to defeat it without haste, but a bit of an ordeal. Alrighty. Wait. So, we wanna... No, you're... No, you need to go to the elixir, so like that. Then Butts goes items, equips the Wonder Wand, selects that, we run away. And now we need to switch jobs real quick. I'm gonna turn Ferris into Monk. We just wanna learn barehanded, so she can deal extra damage. And you can have white magic as a secondary. So everybody has level 6 white magic or higher now, which is useful. Kryl, you need to become our white mage for now. We also have learned HP plus 20% from the monk. And Kryl actually will get HP plus 30% relatively soon after. Alright, anyways, elixir. 1 in 3 chance for him to run away. Yeah, yippee! And we get it first try this time, nice. We gain focus and barehanded, there we go. And chakra even too. There's an Avis killer in the pot? I thought it was all Phoenix dance. Huh, that's a bow that deals extra damage against Avis type enemies. Just not Avis dragons, those are neither dragons nor Avises. Which I think the Pixie Master actually fixed apparently. Alrighty, so technically, if I were to master Monk on Ferris, she would be able to have the strength of the Monk on the Mimic, or the Mime, without needing to equip barehanded. But that would be a lot of ability points, and I don't feel like going all that way. So we have now the innate status, or status from the Mystic Knight, which is really good agility, stamina, and strength. And Ferris as a Mime is going to inherit those stats from the Monk. Then we also have barehanded, so if I want to transfer extra strength over to Ferris, we can now do that, no problem. And now I need to figure out what else I'm gonna do. I think we're gonna put Spellblade on the left. This is the right. Let's put items at the bottom until we need something else. And... oh, we also need to be able to attack. If I use Spellblade, I guess. So I guess right now she's literally just the exact same as a Mystic Knight if I equip her that stuff. Yeah. I suppose we could take items away and use white magic instead. Which I suppose on average is gonna be more efficient, isn't it? Yeah, unless I specifically want to use items, I think this is okay. Alright. Ferris is our new mime, and she will probably stay a mime for the foreseeable future. Then, this means Butts is gonna turn into something else. We're actually gonna turn Kryle back into the monk. So we're just gonna shuffle all around all the jobs, because plus 30% HP is actually gonna be kind of nice in the late stages of the game. You get white magic as a secondary, as usual. Let's unequip everything. What do you want to be? But white mage. Lena is almost mastered Mystic Knight too, which is interesting. Although I don't think it's useful. Maybe it's useful. Anyways, Butts is gonna be a white mage. You get barehanded for extra damage in case we want to deal extra damage. Unequip everything, and now we start equipping everybody again. So, Twist Headband, Power Sash, and Protect Ring for you for now. Thief's Knife is good, Hermes Sandals, Crystal Helm is good. You get the Sage's Staff for dealing extra holy damage, Gold Hairpins, so your spells cost half, and no Hermes Sandals yet. That's gonna be for later. You get Hermes Sandals, Mirage Vest, so you absorb 1 physical hit taken. And we already have the Thief's Knife equipped, so that's fine. Assassin Dagger also gives +1 agility, so that's more convenient. You can... oh, you can equip heavy armor? I don't think that's useful, but that is interesting. Maybe give you the gold hairpin, since you're also using white magic. You know what? Sure, that's fine. And I think this is gonna be our team for maybe the rest of the game. Grab the money on the other side, and then we head... oh, I already did. And then we head back down. Back attack. Rude. This is where Mirage Vest is really nice. Nice block. Ow. Kryle just punches back. But as you can see, the monk's attack power is not the greatest anymore. She is in the front row. Oh, how convenient. Roulette can also hit enemies. Oh. Wait, are you gonna mimic... why did Ferris attack with Mimic right there? I don't think you mimic enemy actions. I guess Kryle counterattacked last, so that's what Ferris mimicked right there? I think that's what happened. Excuse me. Also, you're out of MP, how inconvenient. But your spells don't cost that much MP, so I guess we can give you an ether instead of anything else. But Ferris can easily finish off the enemies here. Now we have two... or not. Now we have two characters that are as fast as Mystic Knights, and as you may or may not know, Mystic Knights have the second highest agility stat of any job class in the game. Tied with Ninja, they are not much lower than the fastest, which is the Thief. If you mimic using... so I actually don't really know how mimic works as an ability, to be completely honest. If I mimic using... actually, can I just mimic using Spellblade and I don't have to put Spellblade on my mime necessarily? I would need my mime to be slower. But the main benefit of Mime, or Mimic, is that you can use abilities that you don't normally have access to with the current equipped job set. Stop messing, that's silly. You guys have daggers, they surely don't have that much evasion. So actually, let me switch some stuff around. Let's give you the chicken knife for +5 agility. You have 45 agility now, you have 42, so Lena should be reliably going before Ferris now. So, does this mean if I use Spellblade on my Mystic Knight, I can mimic using Spellblade? I've never tried to use like the potential of mimicking things because it always just feels really awkward. Because you specifically mimic the last action, but I think only the last action of allies. So we use Breakblade here, and then we mimic that. Yeah, it actually works. Okay, so we don't actually have to equip Spellblade on the mime. In fact, technically speaking, that means mastering mime wasn't actually all that helpful to begin with. And mastering. What? Huh? Ferris, you clearly used the Spellblade as well, didn't you? Why? It doesn't work? Huh? So I guess you can't mimic Spellblade? The inability to pass turns in this game is mimic hard to use effectively in that manner. Yes. The Pixie Remaster actually kind of resolves that, doesn't it? Because you can just switch turns to other characters if you feel like it. I'm gonna wait until she uses it, and then I'm gonna mimic. Like, clearly, Ferris used Break just now, or Break Blade. But she doesn't get the buff. Wait, I think... Alrighty, so... I can't test that, can I? So I think what's happening is Ferris uses Breakblade on Lena. Because I think the mimicked actions mimic what you did last as well. So I think that's what's happening. It mimics the target. So even though normally you cannot target other people with elemental weapons, magic sword, you apparently can with mimic. That is my guess as to why it doesn't work to apply it onto Ferris. I figured this would give her the buff because it's always self-target when you try to use it. But of course, maybe mimic doesn't follow that rule, it just... So you see is Lena use Breakblade to give Lena a buff, and so Ferris mimics that using Breakblade to give Lena a buff. That's what I'm guessing is happening. Yeah, she has a spell compatible weapon. We used it before, just in the encounter beforehand, in order to use Breakblade. So that's very peculiar. Huh. Alright, let's unequip your Hermes sandals because we just wanna run away from counters for now. Back attack. Crush. Oh no. I wish that didn't actually happen, because that's very inconvenient. Alright, you don't have a... Never mind, we can't do that. How annoying. I don't have item command to make this not happen with the Wonder Wand. Ow. Okay, this might actually start becoming a problem here. According to Case of Nash, Mimic targets self and Mimic attack automatically targets self, such as Guard, Spellblade, etc. Yeah, but it doesn't apply the weapon buff for us. So it clearly, well, I mean, it might just target itself, but then something else is broken. I mean, it's clearly broken, it doesn't work, so... There we go. Yeah, the Assassin's Dagger is compatible with Spellblade. Guaranteed. The only attack itself is funny and make. You'd be interested to see if something like Mug still behaved normally. No, I think for all I can tell, it is just a normal attack command. It's just weird that you have it not in the usual spot. Because we did use Mug earlier with the Thief's Knife. Alrighty, so we have money now, so we could go and buy equipment if we want any. So I think first of all, let's go and stock up on consumables. High potions, maxed out, phoenix stones, 30 is probably plenty. We have a white meat, we don't need that many. 30 is plenty. So we could buy more armor too. So let's see, what do we not need anywhere? We don't need the Sage's Biter. I don't think we have arrow use for the Excalibur in this playthrough. Maybe for waking up somebody sleeping, I guess. So there's like fringe uses. Can't use the Defender Sword, so might as well sell it. Oh yeah, right, we did get Hermes Sandals as a drop, so... We all have all of the Hermes Sandals we could ever want. Let's buy Black Cowls for extra agility, if we choose to use them. Similar reason, we're gonna grab Black Garb for speed, if we choose to use them. We have Black Robes already. We could use a Crystal Shield for 45% physical evasion instead of the current 40%, but the elemental properties of the other shield tend to be more favorable in my book. So I don't care to grab that. The only thing you can ask is what happens if they mimic the chemist's drink? Yeah, it actually would be very interesting, right? You know, for science. Let's buy a drink, a haste drink or two, and try it out. I do not have a chemist, but it's literally just for science. Because we will be able to see the haste buff on a character if it works out right. Or actually protect. Let's go buy a protect drink. Because we want to already be hasted. So Iron Draft. Cast a protect spell on yourself. You do know there's some weird things with commands in the certain slots. You once found this very strange hide show bug on Game Boy Advance. Car as a mine, you put hide in the 4th slot and used it. Notice that Bart's hide has turned into a show even though he is not hidden. Using show caused Bart to step forward. You try it again with Ferris, who also had show, but when she stepped forward it caused them to start doing the victory events but no dialogue, and then the fight didn't end, it was a soft lock. You reset and tried again. This time you got all the party members 2 steps forward before the victory then soft lock happened. That's amazing. The Super Nintendo version? I mean, Super Nintendo version is close enough, right? At least I assume it is close enough. So we wanna have you be faster than Ferris. Actually, let's turn you into a chemist real quick. This is just for science. I don't have chemist unlocked. We wanna just test out something. Don't need to put anything on you. You just get Hermes sandals, black garb for speed, chicken knife, 37 agility. You're too slow. Hermes sandals for you. It's fine, we can just turn things around. You don't know what's going on with mine, but it's weirder than what one would expect. Yeah, that's very fair. Alrighty, so we don't want to do anything with you. We want to do drink with you. Drink an iron draft. This gives you protect status. And then we mimic the iron draft. Yeah, see, it targets Lena. I was actually correct with my assessment. Well, I was most likely correct with my assessment. I suppose it's not technically confirmed, but I feel like this is as close to confirmation as I'm going to get without being able to look into the source codes. Okie dokie. We do want to be floating for Omega. So I guess we're gonna grab float from a certain big robot friend. So let's go and rest so we recover all of our HP and MP. Interesting. You wonder if that worked on one way on Super Nintendo and people didn't bother checking if it had changed. Well, maybe people just didn't check properly, and they saw, oh, you spell blade, the animation happens on your own character, so clearly this works the way it is supposed to. That's my interpretation of it anyways. Let's buy 2 more elixirs, because we can afford them. Hello, welcome over here as well. Did we get Osmos? Yes, we did get Osmos. That was 5 minutes ago. Sorry, I'm doing my best to reach out in time, but we did get Osmos Blade, yes. So, we wanna grab float for everybody, and we can grab float here. So, you can get the Stingray encounter here, or you can also get it here for some reason. So what we're gonna do is we're going to force the uncommon encounter, which is the second rarest, and then the rare encounter right after by using the quick save feature of the Game Boy Advance version. Specifically the US Game Boy Advance version. I think this does not work on the European Game Boy Advance version. But basically, after resetting, as in saving and resetting, the next encounter you get is always going to be the uncommon encounter, which I don't remember what it is in here, but I guess we'll see. There it is. And then we're gonna get the rare encounter right here, guaranteed. And we're gonna equip the dancing dagger on you and hope for the best. Do not equip the chicken knife now, think about it, because otherwise we'll have to go get here again. Well, at least we got proper confirmation of what's going on. Yeah, the idea of using chemist strength was great to try it out, to be honest. Alright, this guy hits decently hard with physical attacks, so we're gonna start casting things. Ferris, you have the dancing dagger equipped, so let's try to get the 1 in 8 chance to get Tempting Tango. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna try and confuse this guy with Tempting Tango from the Dancing Dagger. We could just cast Confuse on the from the White Mage, but the problem is this guy is absurdly high level, and his chance to get confused through a confused spell is very, very low. It is possible, but our chances are actually much better by using the Dancing Dagger's Tempting Tango. Mystery Waltz absorbs MP from the enemy, which is nothing for us right now. I mean, we can still try to cast Confuse. Oh, we actually got it. Nice. So what we now want to do next is we actually want to give him Blink, because this guy needs to cast Mighty Guard on us, so we get Float. There we go. He can also hit himself with a physical attack and knock himself out of confusion, but if we give him Blink, he can't do that. And in this pond we have encountered one of the most powerful sea creatures in the entire universe. If you have a Beastmaster, capturing and releasing this guy unleashes a tidal wave that deals like 5,000-6,000 damage to all targets. It's crazy strong. And with this, I think we are ready to head into the void. As it turns out, the Stingray is just north of where these two holes are, where we're going to the void. That was some lucky RNG. Yeah, hitting the confused spell was very unlikely. Also, since I can't switch weapons on Fairies right now, maybe I should just give her a good weapon to begin with. Because without the item command, I can't switch her weapons. It's so silly. Alright, so let's give you... You know what, you get the chicken knife. We try to run away. The enemy's level is 93. The chance to land confused from a level 26 character is 8%. And that's before the magic evasion. I think this guy also has a good chunk of magic evasion, doesn't he? He does 10%. Alright, so not that dramatic. So 7.2% chance to hit with Confuse, which honestly is more than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was actually be more like 1%. By the way, I need to make sure to not use any full heals like tents, cottages, or the healing pot in the upcoming forest section after the Ronka Ruin section. Well, actually it's technically, I guess, Mirage Village. Anyways, I need to not use the healing pot. So, these 4 chests contain Dark Matter, High Potion, Ether, and... Actually, is it a cottage? Anyways, only the bottom left chest here is interesting to us, because that's an elixir. Does it actually hit 0% if you're too low? You've never run into that situation. I assume you have at least either a 1% chance to hit or a 1 in 256 chance to hit. And my basis for that assumption is because we used the Genji shield in order to get quote-unquote 100% evasion against Shinryu once, and he still hit us with a physical attack. So it is possible for the Genji shield to not grant you 100% evasion, which kind of made me think that there's like an absolute minimum chance for your attacks to still hit, whether that be spells or otherwise. But I don't technically know. I have never confirmed that in any capacity. Right, do not use the pot, do not use the pot, do not use the pot. We want to keep Float. Float is also going to be convenient to have against Catastrophe, although really not necessary with White Mages being able to cast Shell. But it would be nice. Also, do we take on Omega immediately? I suppose, why not? This might be the furthest I've ever walked in this forest without an encounter. There is, I think, another enhancer sword in this part of the forest, and a magus rod and some chemist rings. None of them are useful. Actually, it's not a magus rod, it's a rod that has a chance to cast osmose when you attack with it. It's like a really low chance, like a 1 in 8 or something. It's not a big deal. Is it a big deal? Maybe. Alrighty, so we wanna... You have the chicken knife, that's good. Actually, you know what? Equip the flame shield already. It's not like I will be able to change that later. You can equip the bone mail. We can actually deal with the upcoming boss here very, very easily. Unequip the sage's stuff. We're gonna just punch the boss a lot, is the plan. But Lena is going to have a very special job. Instead of dealing proper damage, she's just gonna mute the boss permanently, more or less. Anyways, this is Fiesta. She has, I think, 18,000 HP and is mostly just annoying rather than being necessarily dangerous. But this is the first case where we can't use like elemental blades or status effects to, well, we will be using status effects, but in order to increase our damage, we can't really use elemental attacks. However, we do have Flare Blade. Flare Blade gives you two things. For one, plus 100 attack power, which is crazy good. Like this literally doubles our attack power, or even more than doubles with a lot of weapons. On top of that, you ignore 75% of the enemy's defenses, so if nothing else works, Flare Blade is insanely good still. And then, with Lena, we're gonna go Silence Blade. I call it Mute Blade because that's for the other translation. Anyways, whenever we attack and hit and deal damage, Fiesta here would have a chance to counterattack with Drain. But she can't do that when she's silenced. So a monk attacking twice, she has 2 chances to counterattack with Drain. But again, she can't really do that when she's silenced. And as you can see, unfortunately for us, the damage our monks deal at this point is not really keeping up with the enemy's defenses anymore. So I don't think there's much of a reason to attack with Trial and Butts here. It will be fun, but not useful. But yeah, as I've usually mentioned against this one, Fiesta is mostly annoying with her status effects at healing and buffing, rather than being necessarily dangerous. Think of it as she's like a druid of sorts, like a mix between white mage and a bit of black mage, red mage and stuff. So she can make it rather difficult for you to knock her out, but she doesn't usually get to deal much damage to you outside of the Drain counterattacks. So if you just equip a bone mail in your character, you even counter those counterattacks very handily. Apparently she also has a plumed hat that we just stole from her. Hello Felfaron, welcome to you, hope you're doing well. And we win. Alrighty. And Kryl just mastered Monk. She now has plus 30% maximum HP if we were to equip that on her. So I think I might want to have that in the late stages of the game on my white mage, so I might turn Butts into the monk from here on out. Because I don't see who else would want to use plus 30% max HP. Maybe the Mystic Knight. Maybe the Mystic Knight could be the one to use plus 30% max HP. That way we can stuff the Mystic Knight into the front row without worrying too much about survival. Then again, it's not gonna be a problem either way. Nah, we're just gonna keep her as a monk, it's fine. Hello, welcome as well, Falcon. Hope you're doing well today. And tomorrow. Rumps. We're still floating, by the way. As long as I don't use a tent or a cottage, we're gonna be continuing to float. There's an angel ring in this little waterfall sequence. And we have arrived at Omega. Alrighty, so the plan for Omega is to... Oh, you have a bone mill equipped? The plan for Omega is to have our character be really fast and capable of casting a lot of spells. So gold hairpin for you is good. You get a gold hairpin. Hermes sandals for you. Hermes sandals for you. Do we have another one? We do have another one. And I don't expect the monk and the white mage to survive for too long. But while they're alive, it's still going to be helpful to have them around, I think. But our main damage output is gonna exclusively come pretty much from Ferris as a mime with a chicken knife. Actually, how strong is a chicken knife? Maybe we're gonna power it up still. Hey, it's almost full power, it's fine. And Lena. Now the thing is, Enhancer Sword would be much stronger, but the problem is Omega has absurdly high evasion. Also, I guess technically the Plumed Hat is better than anything else for Lena here, because that gives you 5% magic evasion. So even all the way here, at this point in the game, I still prefer to use the Plumed Hats. And the Black Garb gives you agility, but I actually prefer the Black Robe because I'm pretty sure that's much better magic evasion. In fact, let me actually check something real quick. Black Robe. What's the thing called? Black Suit? Yeah. Black Suit has 20% magic evasion, White Suit has 20% magic evasion. So there's 20% magic evasion that we get from that. And we need the Flame Shield to absorb fire damage. Do we need items on you? Unfortunately, Spellblade is not gonna work, eh? White Magic, I think, is gonna be crucial to the strategy. So you have White Magic. Yeah, alright. Let's see how this is gonna go. There's a high chance I'm not gonna be able to keep 4 characters alive, or I don't want to because it's gonna be too much of a resource drain, but we'll see. This is Omega. This thing is absurdly, insanely, absolutely crazy fast. It is weak to lightning, so we're going to use the Dagger Blade. It has, what, 55,000 HP? And I'm actually going to keep track of its HP as much as I can, but let's even see if we even survive properly here. So, we're going to use Dagger Blade on Ferris. We're going to use Dagger Blade on Lena, and I could use the Assassin Dagger. That has slightly higher attack power than the Thief's Knife, but the problem is the Assassin Dagger casts Doom 25% of the time, and Omega has an innate reflex status, so we would just bounce it back over to us, which would be very bad for us. So, Thief's Knife it is for a secondary weapon. Atomic Ray. Even if we cut that damage in half, our characters probably wouldn't survive, which is a bit of a conundrum, as you can tell. So, I was kind of hoping that we would get at least one attack in before that happens, but well, we didn't. So, what we're gonna do now is we're just gonna wait. Wave Cannon! Gonna cast Curaga on us. Wave Cannon is half of our maximum HP gun, but Curaga is just gonna heal us back to full. And we're just gonna continue doing that, really. Then Rebuild Wind, that will blind the character. We actually need to remove the blind stats. Also silences Lena, which is inconvenient. He is going to use Wave Cannon at least every other turn. However, now he is gonna come up to a double turn, where he can use Wave Cannon again immediately if he feels like it, which would be very bad for us. And what also would be very bad is Maelstrom. It only hit Lena, so we need to hit her, heal her immediately. She tried to cast Shell right there, by the way. Actually, Shell would probably be a good idea now, think about it. Anyways, now what we need to do is we need to cast a Reflect on our characters to reflect the next spell Omega does. Reflect again. And then we want to actually attack him. Search gets reflected, and now he's targeting himself. All his attacks are going to be redirected against himself, and that problem is he always counterattacks twice. Encircle is an instant death attack, and we have no way of resisting that. Well, we have a chance to resist it if we equip Shell, but... Ah, she didn't hit. This is our best odds. By the way, this guy has, what was it, 90% physical evasion? So, in short, we do not survive, or we can't hit him with most weapons, only because... Oh shoot, I'm a dingus. I just healed him. Only because... Actually, that's a problem. Daggers cut enemies' evasion in half. That's why we can actually still hit them. Reflect is a problem here. Because I can't heal immediately again afterwards. I suppose we have a bit of time before we need to worry about Reflect. Anyways, it would be nice if we had immunity to silence. And he's back to full HP, by the way. Wave Cannon. Curaga. Don't Rainbow Wind me, please. That's just really annoying. Flamethrower, that's a 4 deal. It's gonna Wave Cannon again. So, we need to be ready to heal on the next turn immediately. In case he uses Maelstrom. I should have cast a Shell. Oh, right, we are not immune to Petrification. I forgot about that. Oh. So I guess we need to cast a Reflect before... Yeah, okay. We need to cast a Reflect before he gets his double turn, and then we need to heal with items, which of course is a problem for Ferris, because she doesn't have access to the item command. Encircle is worse than instant death, it removes the character sprite, yes. You don't get to do anything anymore. Can't even revive the character that gets encircled. Delta attack can be reflected. Also a blaster is a problem too, that has a 50% chance to kill us. So we also need to reflect that too. So yeah, we need to actually cast Reflect before the double turn. That is gonna be a requirement. Okay. I think we wanna actually switch the weapons around though. We're gonna give the chicken knife to Lena. The Thief's Knife to Ferris instead. Because if Ferris doesn't get to attack, it's not a big deal. Or well, if the Chicken Knife user gets to attack, that is much more desirable than the Thief's Knife. I guess that way. Actually, can you Dispel Omega? Hold up, can you Dispel Omega? I've never tried that. Can I Dispel you? No. Okay. You think you can in the Pix Remaster? Earthquake. By the way, the Earthquake is the reason why we need to have Float. And why reviving allies in the middle of combat is not necessarily going to work out in our favor. Did I save the chicken knife? I did not. Well, maybe you can... I'm still gonna cast a Dispel on Omega, just in case that removes his Protecting Shell, because he innately already reduces all damage received by half with Protecting Shell innately. Thundaga. You're going to also use Thundaga. Then you're going to cast Shell on you. I'm gonna prioritize casting Shell. Delta attack. Wait, you can Delta attack here too. So maybe I need to reflect earlier already. Oh, not having innate reflect is so bad for us. You know what we can do? Let's reset. Well, you know what we can do? We can get one immunity to petrification at the very least. So, if I had a second Aegis Shield, that would be ideal, but well, we do not. So what we're gonna do is, on our chicken knife user, we're gonna equip the Aegis Shield. This gives me immunity to petrification. We're gonna give her the bone mail for immunity to blind as well as other stuff. You know what? Bard's Clothes would be really nice because that gives you immunity to silence, which would actually be relevant here. Bard's Clothes are never relevant until they are. But I don't have any Bard's Clothes right now. We sold them long time ago. Anyways, basically right now you might think, oh, but then you don't have the Flame Shield anymore if you give the Aegis Shield. That is correct. We need the Flame Shield in order to survive the fire. There's just not really much of a way around it, to be honest. However, we now have immunity to petrification for the next one battle specifically. Because the game doesn't actually remove my immunity to petrification as well as blind right now. So we still have that active for the next battle. What I might want to do is maybe we go forward and steal a second Aegis Shield instead. Would be quite a backtrack to get back here, but that might be the most reasonable thing to do. I'm gonna give this one good attempt with just one immunity. So Ferris is not gonna be consistently susceptible to Delta attack. So we'll just hope that this doesn't happen. Right, White Magic. No, actually not White Magic. Thundaga Sword. It's a priority. Spellblade. Thundaga. Could you not use knock out my... Well, that's fair. That's a 50% chance to insta-kill. This is another reason why we need Reflect, I guess, on turn 1. But that means it's not gonna last long enough. The Reflect that is it? I don't know if you can resist Blaster. So we might have to get lucky either way. Alright, then... I guess we just cast Reflect right now. Oh, right, if I cast Reflect right now, that means we'll have to throw items around. Might as well give you Reflect too for now, so you stick around, throw items for us. Tommy Gray, he heals for a lot. Well, that would matter if he took any damage so far. Anyways, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna wait until he uses Wave Cannon again. Mimic. This Mimic's using a High Potion on Butt here. By the way, it does not consume the High Potion for what it's worth. Could always get a rare steal from Harlequinassus. Oh yeah, I forgot. Harlequinassus also has a rare steal. I was gonna go for the Chimera in the Void for a rare steal from them. But we can set it up for Harlequinassus, that's true. Alrighty, double turn coming in. Delta attack. This is why we also need to have Reflect. Maelstrom. Oh no, that's the wrong character. Ah, well that's a doomed attempt anyways. But yeah, there's a gigantic flaw in my strategy, honestly. I forgot about Delta Attack and Blaster. Both of these abilities just knock out a character if they hit, or can anyways. And it's just not necessarily reasonable to try and circumvent that, I suppose. When are the blaster turns on Omega? Omega. Omega can use Blaster turn 1. Turn 3, well, turn 1, Surge Beam. Turn 2 is no Blaster, turn 3 is, turn 4 is Surge Beam. Turn 5 is the double turn where it is also Blaster possibility. And it's targeting afterwards. And then we repeat after another no Blaster turn. And another Flame Shield does a rare steal from the Grates in the Ruins area. Yeah, but we have 2 Flame Shields, we can't equip another one. We only have 2 characters that can use Flame Shields, is the problem. I mean, if we could survive the counterattacks, if we had high enough level, that might work. Then again, I guess realistically, we don't need the white magic spell on Ferris, we could put item here instead. Hermes Sandals, Black Garb, Black Cowl. Actually give you Gold Hairpin. Actually don't need a Gold Hairpin in this case. Agility. Is there such a thing as high enough level to resist Omega? I mean, yeah, if you level up to 99. But practically, there's always like at least a decent chance that resisting the circles would still hit. Like, you can level up high enough for it to be reasonable, for you to reasonably survive the chance to hit spells. But we cannot resist Blaster. We can resist Monstrum though. Let's move you guys into the back row. Chicken Knife. Assassin Dagger, that's fine. Let's get at least a second Aegis Shield, that we don't have to worry about Delta attack. But we still have to worry about the Blaster turns. The thing is, Delta attack is always in conjunction with Blaster, so if we have a Reflect for one, then we would also have a Reflect for the other, right? So... I suppose it doesn't really matter. It matters for consistency, I suppose. Spellblade. This guy is weak to fire. Also is a panda. He has 22,200 HP. Or something like that. And... he does hit really hard physically. If you give him the opportunity to. He also has really strong spells for what it's worth. But we're gonna prioritize using Blink. He will counterattack physical attacks 1 to 3 times with Protect on himself. Also Magic Hammer, half the MP gun. Rude. Can't escape. Then... Shell. Shell. Can't escape. If I mimic this, do you also try to run? No, you try to mimic the attack command. And he casts Protect. Now the thing is, we do have this spell, so he doesn't have Protect anymore. Oh, he counterattacks with Toad when you hit him with spells. I thought it was just magic damage, but apparently not. Wow, Confuse and Frog? Does Aesir cure both? I think it does. Very nice. Just a casual 9,000 damage. He doesn't always counterattack, so it's nice when he, you know, sometimes doesn't. We could conceivably get high enough HP in everybody to survive the Atomic Ray and Flamethrower attacks with Shell, because we would need above 1,600 HP, I think, to have a reasonable chance of surviving those. That way we could technically keep, or try to keep, all of our characters alive. That would actually be potentially an option. Right, move you guys back to the back row. And we actually wanna knock out enemies here, so we use Thieves Knife. He's Mimic proccing Spellblade or copying Lena's proc. Mimic is just copying the action that Lena took, and the action Lena took was attack. These guys are not immune to petrification, so down they go. Did we master jobs on our mime to give them stats? Well, yes, our Mimic has the stats of a Mystic Knight at this point. We could technically also master Monk for even higher attack power, but I think it's okay. Muggin. Couldn't steal. It might be worth mastering Monk. There will be a lot of time invested to master Monk. We already went into Phoenix Tower to get a high enough level on White Mage to put White Magic onto our Mimic. 14. I assume that's the baseline 14 or plus 14. So 38, 38, 38, 25. I think is what you're saying. I usually just kind of keep like the total number in mind rather than the bonuses you get. So my brain is kind of thinking, that 14 looks way too low. We have way more agility. No, but I'm pretty sure your numbers are correct. My brain's just weird. You know what? I don't feel like fighting these guys. They have like 50% evasion or something. Then again, that guy's cut that evasion in half. So it's only a 75% chance to hit. And look, trial counterattacks. These things have 5000 HP. The dragons have 7000? Or was it 7.5? I think it's 7000. Is the chicken knife fully powered up? Not yet, not quite. We need to run away like 15, 20 more times, something like that. Actually, Kryle as the monk, as the white mage with plus 30% HP would give our white mage really good HP too. That's probably the way to go, now I think about it. Against Omega, I mean. There are Hermes sandals to the right, the Gaia hammer to the left. Don't care about either of these. And then we move you guys to the front row. And I'm so sorry, Kryle, but you just don't really deal enough damage as a monk. Because I'm not level. Well, I guess we're gonna be leveling a bunch. But I think it just makes more sense to have our right mage plus 30% HP. Kryle is also the fastest character innately with plus 4 agility. So a faster white mage actually can be quite desirable. We're gonna give you Hermes sandals. For this encounter, we're gonna turn you into the monk, I suppose, with white magic stuff. So now Butts is gonna be doing mostly nothing, but that's okay. So the reason why I did this, wait, forgot. Gold hairpin, please. The reason why we did this is because Kryle actually will be able to contribute really meaningful damage, which I just straight up forgot in the previous encounters, but, you know, physical attacking is not our only way. Also, by the way, this is one of the few bosses that is weak to poison, so Bioblade will deal triple damage against him, and ignoring his defense. He has really good physical defense, so that's actually very nice. Anyways, we have Holy. I forgot about that. Also, this guy doesn't physically attack, he mostly casts blue magic of sorts. And it's just really annoying. Yeah, it's just a casual 3000 damage from our white mage. And it only costs 10 MP with the gold hairpin to cast that. Mind Blast. This guy hits like a truck with his magic, like his magic power is really absurdly high. He has, what, 27,000 HP, I believe? Mug. Alright, I didn't equip the chicken knife on anybody. Anyways. Shell for you. He's also... he will learn blue magic that you use on him, including Explosion. Or well, also known as Self-Destruct. Which, you know, kind of ends the battle rather quickly. Then keep holding shell for yourself. It's kind of funny. Our white mage is so much stronger as a damage dealer, so I prefer using support spells with the monk. Roulette. We can resist roulette. It's not an automatic hit. Although he is immune to roulette, so if the roulette would land on him, this would be the result that we see as well. We didn't get to steal. This guy has a rare steal that you do not find anywhere else with the Titan's Glove, I think it is, which is a heavy armor accessory that reduces your magic power by 5. I think it also gives you strength, but I've never used it for actually dealing damage. But you, in the Super Nintendo and PlayStation versions, you can underflow your magic power, and that is one of the means to do so. Do not use a tent right now. So, put the reflect ring on you and you, because you're the important ones to keep float on. Although I guess I'm going to be leveling up a bunch anyways. This was a pretty rough fight in the Final Fantasy RK. I don't know what the RK stands for, to be honest. Azul Magia. Is that the Final Fantasy 14 thing? Anyways, we don't need to use anything in particular here. Record Keeper, a dead mobile game. Okay. So, Spellblade. This guy doesn't have any particular elemental weakness, although we can use Osmose Blade on him in order to absorb a lot of his MP. Osmose Blade deals damage equivalent to the enemy's current MP. 25% of their current MP, that way around. So what I can do effectively here is refill our MP back to full on Lena and Ferris by just attacking once. Also, it is a very effective way to just straight up run enemies out of MP as well. So that's MP damage. We could reduce him to 0, but the thing is, he's not dangerous because we have somebody, well, 2 people in our party that float. And if you have at least 1 person in your party that is floating, all this guy ever does is cast 100 Gs trying to remove your float status. But because we have Reflect, he doesn't actually get to do that. Also, I think his common steal is an elixir, so I kinda wanna steal from him. So I guess we're not using the chicken knife here. 5,000 MP is crazy. Yeah, I mean he has 20,000 baseline. Oh, that's pretty good damage. Muggen! Couldn't steal. Shame. I should have unequipped the haste boost from Krylin, but does Atomic Ray cost MP? No. It does not. Or does it? No, it doesn't. It has 68 attack power. Would have been kinda convenient if it did. Couldn't steal. The crackling is really distracting. Alright, he only has 20,000 HP, by the way. We did not get to steal the elixir. Shame. Alrighty, so next up, we unequip the Hermes sandals from you. You can have a protect ring, and you can have a protect ring. We give you Hermes sandals back. We give you Hermes sandals back. And then we probably want to set up for... You don't have white magic. You have white magic. Then we probably want to set up for Halikanaso to steal from them. I think that's gonna be the plan. So how do we do this? We want the Thief's Knife on our... on Ferris here. Do we want to use the Thief's Glove too? I think that's fine. You can have the Chicken Knife, you get the Thief's Knife, Hermes Sandals, and specifically the Thief's Glove as well. You have enough agility, so you should be going effectively first. And then... wait, no. No, the Mime is also our character that can... Ah, that's awkward. The Mime is both the one that could steal effectively, well, more effectively, but also our only character that can reset the battle. So I think we're gonna do this the other way around. We're gonna put the Thief's Knife onto you, so we only have a low chance of stealing anything every attempt. Then we chose to reset with you. We need to make sure Ferris is slower, so we equip her with... Mirage Vest is fine, Gold Hairpin. So she has 41 agility. Lena has also 41. Can I speed you up? I can. Here. Black Garb. And reduce your equipment weight, I guess. Suppose that's as good as it gets. 42 agility. Can I increase your equipment weight? Not enough for it to matter. We could just have Ferris without the Hermes Sandals too. That way Lena gets 2 chances to steal before we reset every attempt. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's alright. So let's give you reflect rings for that matter. Nah, another protect ring. Okay, then we need to set up our menu in a random encounter. And then we try to get the rare steal from Halikanazo. Let's go and save our setup. Halikanazo is gonna be a little bit awkward to take down, to say the least. But I think it'll be fine. Alright, here we get the encounter. So, Lena is going to attack. This is gonna be the baseline. And then Lena hopefully goes to go again. She does. And we're gonna set up to use the Wonder Wand with Ferris here. And now we need to run away. Hopefully before we get murdered. The menu is still set up even if Lena goes down here. We just need to revive her. Do you have a gold hairpin equipped? You do. White magic, raise, and you are entirely out of MP. I guess ethers are actually useful for once. This might be the run where I've used the most ethers in any playthrough ever. Alrighty. Our menu is now set up. We can encounter Halikanazo and just attempt to steal twice. Your mom might be in the front row with you guys. More. Yes. I suppose. Alrighty. Welcome to Halikanazo. They have 33,333 HP. I think. Or was that 44,000? I don't remember for some reason. Anyways, we try to steal, the rare steal specifically. So every time we attack with Mark, we have a 1 in 3 chance. Why did I immediately cue that? We have a 1 in 3 chance to steal attack with Lena here. Every time we try. And... then we have a 40% chance to successfully steal. Oh, you can still use the Wonder Wand even as a frog. That's interesting. Then we have a 40% chance to successfully steal. And then it's a 10 in 256 chance to get the rare steal. The Staff of Light is the common steal. You can only ever steal one item from an enemy. So we have to reset in order to try again here. Alright, and we're gonna be probably here for a while. Halicarnassus is reasonably dangerous, so I do not think it's worth for us to stick around in the encounter if we don't get the successful steal attempt right away. Also, sometimes Ferris is just gonna be faster than Lena, because Lena only has one extra agility point, relatively speaking. So occasionally Ferris will just go before her, on turn 2 that is. It is a 1 in 192 chance, says Dalfun. So after 192 attempts, we could reasonably expect to get it, although at that point it would still be just slightly over a 63% chance of having it acquired by then. Alternatively, we can think of it as... If we do get a successful steal attempt, how many successful steal attempts do we need for this to also work out in our favor, technically? Staff of Light. That is 1 in 25.6, isn't it? So about 26 successful steal attempts we kind of expect to have gotten one rare steal by then. Or we just get it right now. That was fast. That was really fast. That's lucky. That's super lucky. Nice. Alright, Chicken Knife, Spellblade. Right, we need to go and not be frogs first. Easy, just get lucky. Yeah, why would you choose to not get lucky? It's much easier if you just get lucky instead of anything else. People who choose not to get lucky are just silly, right? Hey. If only it was that simple. Anyways, you know what? I should put the chicken knife onto Lena. So... let me switch that around. Because Lena's the only character that is hasted right now, so she's gonna get the most attack attempts. You go first again. Let's have you cast Blink on yourself. Halicarnassus can occasionally attack physically, but they don't deal that much damage, so it's not a big concern if we do get hit. However, the spells are gonna be annoying. So you get... Assassin Dagger here, Spellblade, Flare Blade. Then you know what, Holy actually is gonna deal really good damage here. So I'm gonna have you prioritize casting Holy, and as usual our Monk is going to just cast support spells. You get Shell. Halicarnassus likes to cast Reverse Polarity, inverting our rule setup occasionally. But with Shell we have a really good chance of just resisting it instead. Right, you now get the chicken knife, wherever that is in my inventory now. Maybe I should give you the Enhancer Sword instead. Because Halicarnassus has no evasion to my knowledge. Give the chicken knife to Ferris. Nah, the chicken knife is better for you. But in hindsight, the Enhancer Sword would be arguably better weapon on average, because then we would have two good weapons on our characters instead of just the chicken knife and one. But it's fine. We don't need that many attacks in order to win in the end. This spell... oh, that's super rude. There goes my float that I put so much time into keeping. Wait, why is Lena not floating anyways? When did she lose float? Oh well. Well, since nobody's floating anymore, there's no reason not to use tents and such to do things. Shell for you. And we win. Thanks Alec and NASA, appreciate the Aegis shield. Alrighty, time to backtrack and save. And also recover MP on everybody. Hit the button, go downstairs. Also, now we can put Hermes sandals back on you, since your speed is now appreciated. Alrighty, so how do we want to tackle Omega? Because I already mentioned in the Discord that today we're gonna beat Omega. It would be a little bit awkward if I didn't manage to do that. We could easily go through, defeat Shinju and Neo X-Death. That's not a problem. Defeating Omega, on the other hand, is potentially a big concern. Run away! So, then what I want to do is we equip Thieves Knife on you, move you guys to the back row. Mirage Vest is fine. Let's give you the Bone Mail for this encounter. Well, I say this encounter, but these encounters gonna be taking a while until we get anywhere. And we're gonna be running in circles in this room for a while, probably, because frequently we will run into these guys. We're gonna cast Breakblade. Lena does not need to use Breakblade when there's only one enemy. So these Iron Giants, I think they have 20,000 HP. They are very sturdy, but also susceptible to being petrified. They also would counterattack with Knock Silly, doing heavy physical damage, as well as confusing a character, which is why I have the Bone Mill equipped on one of my guys, and the Mirage Vest on the other one. Alrighty. And they give a tremendous amount of experience. Now, here's the question. Do I want to have Lena Mastered Mystic Knight? What if you run around here until Lena also masters Monk? That way she would have really high HP and strength stats as the Mime, higher than what Furious would be able to gain. Yeah, let's turn Lena into the Monk for a while, because she already has pretty high Monk levels, so it might actually be reasonable to get there at some point. So you're gonna be the Mystic Knight for now, buddy. White Magic for you. Hermes Sandals. Bone Mail is good actually in this case. No Chicken Knife, you get Thieves Knife. I don't think stealing anything from these guys has any notable value, but might as well. It's kind of funny. Our White Mage has the same level of HP compared to all of the other characters, but that is actually increased by 30% thanks to the Monk's passive. Okay, I'm not interested in fighting these guys. Final Fantasy V Iron Giants had such a good look compared to later titles. I don't remember how they look in later titles, to be honest. Let me run... Can we manipulate the encounters in here? Does anybody know that? Because these are not the enemies we want to fight. Guys, now they're even giving us a back attack. That is so rude. Nice block. Quick save gives you 2 Iron Giants. Oh, it's a rare encounter? I thought that was one of the common ones. I figured it might be like you go and get an encounter in the other area and then you come back here. Let's see. US only though. Yeah, this is the US version. Ah, yeah, it works, thank you. Alright, brick. Brick. The downside is we reset our menu whenever we quick save and reset. Plus, of course, it also takes a bit longer until we get the next encounter. Anyways, attack. 1 down. And attack. Mug 'em. We gained a bunch of levels. And repeat. That is... what? 5,000 experience for everybody? 20,000 divided by 4. We could consider knocking out a character or two to focus the experience on the other characters instead. I don't know how useful that is. Do we just leave these guys down? Or do we just leave Kryl down? Just so we have one extra character in the Omega fight that can support. What do you think about this? I mean, what's the plan? We could reasonably survive with everybody if we had above 1600 HP for everybody to survive in Atomic Ray without Reflect up. But we would need to cast Reflect anyways. How much damage does Quake do, actually? How much damage does Quake do? $6,666 experience for everybody. Except for Kryl. No, I think we just level up everybody. Let's just continue doing that until I decide otherwise. I mean, maybe I don't necessarily want to level up. It's really that awkward middle part where Blaster is just such a big problem. But that problem is not gonna go away, is it? Like, it is going to knock out a character or two. And if I level up more, I'm just going to have more maximum HP that we can't really easily heal back up with items. Yeah. I think in the end we need to get lucky anyways. Does Blaster cost any MP? Blaster. Blaster costs 10 MP. I have the silly idea of maybe we just run Omega out of MP. He would not be able to cast Blaster anymore. He can still use Atomic Ray though. Does Maelstrom cost MP? No, he will still be able to cast Maelstrom. What about Rainbow Wind? Rainbow Wind also costs no MP. I think we run outside. Alright, so here's the plan. Chicken Knife for you. No more Hermes Sandals on our second Mystic Knight. We need to get Float again. And while we're out there, we might as well buy the Bard's Clothes, so we can get immunity to Silence as well. Oops, I mimic nothing. I think I want to put the fast clothing on Ferris again. Breath Wing, 25% of our maximum HP, just done. So in the end, I think I will want to have the item command on our Mime. Technically, the extra strength would be helpful. So what do we need? We need White Magic on both the Mystic Knight and the Mime. That's a given. We need to be able to attack, but technically we could always attack with the Mystic Knight first and then mimic the attack with the Mime. That is something we could do instead of putting the attack command onto the Mime. So White Magic is what we want anyways. That is a given. I wonder what an Orucat is. Or Orcat. Orucato. Probably. No idea what that's supposed to be. Lilith Rod. Right, it's called Lilith Rod in this version. That's the thing that occasionally casts Osmose when you attack with it. It's like only a 1 in 8 chance or something, it's very rare. Let me go, you clowns. Not silly, that's confusing. So White Magic on the Mystic Knight, I guess is just going to be a given. The Mimic needs White Magic, the Mimic needs Spell Sword. Then the third ability, we could put Barehanded on the Mimic. to increase the attack power, so the Thief's Knife is gonna deal more damage. And I think even if we get the runaway proc from the Chicken Knife, we still copy the attack command instead, don't we? At least last time I tried, that's exactly what happened. So we're just gonna cast Reflect manually from our character. Also, hey, a Blood Sword. Also known as the Drain Sword. Can't equip that because it's a Knight exclusive sword. Plus, you didn't really want that anyways. It doesn't have particularly good attack power. And it has a 75% chance to miss. On the bright side, our Chicken Knife should be fully powered by the time we reach Omega again. Alrighty, so I want to have immunity to silence, I want to have immunity to blind. Can I get both? Yes, actually. We can get silver spectacles as an accessory for immunity to blind. That way we don't have to ever use any eye drops. And we can get immunity to silence by equipping... Oh, it's called the Sage's Surplus. So we want to have that equipped on both characters. As well as the Aegis Shield in the previous encounter. So actually, the Mystic Knight does not get to do that. Well, I suppose we can just equip the Sage's Surplus and then switch the Mystic Knight and mime around afterwards. And then just equip the Sage's Surplus for the encounter itself. I think that works. No, we just need to get the silver spectacles. So we get immunity to blind from an accessory slot. And I know exactly where to get them. It's gonna be a bit of a walk though. And a fly, if you will. How often do you go back to North Mountain just to get the silver spectacle item? No, that just feels silly. But hey, I guess you do what you need to do. We only need one of them. The other one can equip the bone meal for immunity to blind. Huh. Run away! Run away! Bonk. Run away! Run away! There we go. Without a chicken knife, the running away there is almost impossible. Are there encounters here? There are. The wrong ones. Surely they can still appear here, right? Or are they only inside? We are looking for the headstone enemies. Not these. Hey. Welcome back, Valakar. Good evening. Right. These are the ones we're looking for. Then Thief's Knife. Their common steel are these spectacles. Oh wait, the thief's knife is in butts. Let's put that onto Ferris. You can have something else. Don't hit Lena, she will counterattack enemy. Do not hit Lena. Thief's Knife. I just mimicked instead. I'm so used to I'm so used to attack command being up in the menu. It's not. Mug couldn't steal. Mug couldn't steal. Oh, come on, Ferris. Hello, welcome as well, here. Hope you're doing well today. I have no more coffee. Not these guys. Why run away and not use the Wonder One? Because then I need to unequip the weapon from Butts again. And give it over to Ferris again. There we go. Got the Thief's Gloves on? No. Hermes Sandals give me twice the turns to steal. Anyways, we have the Silver Spectacles, that's all I came here for. So we're gonna equip the Sage's Surplus on the Mimic, plus Silver Spectacles, plus Aegis Shield. And then we switch the Mimic and the Mystic Knight around afterwards. So we actually want to have Butts be the Mimic for the time being, then. Two times 40% has the same odds as 1 time 80%, but 80% has less variance. No, actually, 2 times 40% is much less, or yeah, much less odds to get it, because you only have a 36% chance to fail twice, with 40% chance to steal. You should say same expected value, not same odds. Fair. But yeah, I was just too lazy to switch out the accessory. Thief's Glove would have been the more efficient choice, I will agree. Oh, right, you don't have the thing. So we have immunity to blind, we have immunity to silence. Now we just need to keep up reflect and heal a lot with high potions. Which means we'll just need to have a lot of high potions. Let's see if we can... I should have picked up the Hermes Sandals in the castle to sell them. I guess I can still do that here. Because I don't plan on keeping 4 characters alive. Wait, wrong place. We're gonna fill up on high potions. I don't think the Phoenix Downs are gonna help at all, but if we can buy some extra elixirs, that might help. Oh, we're full on high potions anyways. Let's see... What do I want, what do I not want? We don't care about the coral ring. I'm not gonna use the ancient sword anymore. Blood sword we can't use. I don't see reflex ring being useful either. But who knows, maybe I'm wrong. I guess the ancient ring would have been useful later, but we have white mage. We can cure almost any status effect. Actually no, we can cure every status effect. Except for zombie. Alright, we get 1 more elixir out of it. We have 14 now. Is there a rune weapon that can be used by Mystic Knights? Yes, there is a rune sword. We have it. So, I think right here. You get the dancing dagger. Then we quick save to manipulate encounter. Why did that sound like we were still flying for a second? Let's get one encounter, and then the second encounter is gonna be guaranteed to be the rare encounter. There's Sleepies here. Fun fact, Sleepies have a common steal for a healing staff, if you for some reason want more than one. Like if you're doing a serious challenge or so. Alright, then attack. 1 in 4 chance to Tempting Tango. Then white magic. Let's blink everybody. White magic, blink. White magic, blink. I'm trying to confuse spell. I will be trying to confuse spell. But blink has priority. There we go, Tempting Tango. You don't even need to try. Blink on you, and this should guarantee get us what we're looking for. He can tidal wave himself, but that's okay. By the way, this is what you get when you release or catch and release this thing with the Beastmaster. 6000 damage to all enemies. Extremely useful in the specific circumstances where that might be more damage on some encounters than releasing a 25%. Also, he just tried to physically attack himself. There we go, mighty good. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. And with this, we are out of here. We have float, we have immunity to silence. And we will just try defeating Omega again. Did I sell the Hermes sandals? I didn't, did I? That's okay. I guess we can still try to use them. Probably should equip the chicken knife again, so we have a chance to run away. Or Ferris. And now the long walk back inside. Do I still want to try Osmose blading Omega? Just so we don't have to worry about... I'm pretty sure he doesn't counterattack when we drain his MP, by the way. So maybe Osmose Blade is a fine choice. We have a 50% chance, well, 45% chance to miss with a dagger when we attack with Osmose Blade. A very Yaga choice. I mean, the problem is the blaster might just knock us out at a random point, which would be extremely undesirable. But blaster does cost 6 MP, so we would be able to run him out of MP. Plus, well, I guess the flamethrower also costs MP. Atomic Ray unfortunately does not. What abilities would Omega lose? Blaster. which is a 50% chance for our characters to die. Maelstrom costs no MP. Rainbow Wind costs nothing. Actually, it costs 10 MP. Maelstrom costs nothing, Rainbow Wind costs nothing. So he basically just loses the Flamethrower and Blaster, that's it. At least I think that's it. What else does Omega have? Omega can also use Quake. Actually, if Quake costs MP, then that might be interesting, wouldn't it? Oh, Quake does not cost MP. Shame. Because if Quake costed MP, then we would be able to run him out of MP and then revive our allies. Because that's the biggest problem with allies dying, they are no longer floating. We have no way of gaining float in combat. Is it Quake or Oathshaker? I mean, it's called Quake in the Super Nintendo version, which is what I looked up in the same list. Alright, I think it's time to equip our things that we want to equip. Alright, so Ferris is going to be the mime at the end, but for now we're gonna switch the jobs around. You're gonna be the Mystic Knight for a second here. Keep your white magic so you keep your stuff. And you're going to be the mime for a bit. Mime with white magic, mostly white magic. It doesn't matter. So we can still do stuff. Alright, so what we want is Aegis shields on both of our characters, so we are going to be immune to petrification. We want to have the bone mail on one to be immune to blind. The other one is going to get silver specs to get immunity to blind. Then you are going to get the Sage's Surplus, so you get immunity to being silenced. And anything else doesn't matter, nothing else gives immunities, I don't think. So chicken knife to be able to run away, I guess. And I don't think Protect Ring gives any relevant immunities. No. Actually, you can have the Hermes Sandals and the chicken knife to run away with for the next encounter. So we're gonna once again set up our immunities for the next encounter. Perfect. And this is even an easy encounter to run away from. Oh, nice. There we go. And now we have all of these immunities for the next one encounter on our characters, even if we save and reset. So Ferris is gonna be the mime. Let's see, what do we need? We need spell blades, otherwise we can't deal damage. We need white magic, otherwise we, well, are going to not win this. And I think we need items. So the plan is going to be for Ferris as a mime to go after Butts to mimic the attack command instead of having attack command directly, because we will need to heal despite having reflect on our characters, and the only way to do that right now is items. This is why I didn't level up higher anyway, so we could reasonably heal with high potions. And yes, no attack indeed. And you're going to be the Mystic Knight. You want the white magic as well. So, Hermes Sandals for speed. Power Sash for dealing damage. Plumed Hat is fine. So who is... Flame Shield is also correct. Chicken Knife. Who gets a Chicken Knife? Probably our Mystic Knight, because we will always be able to attack with a Mystic Knight, rather than having to mimic it. If we can't attack with the Mime, and we don't have a Chicken Knife on you, then that's not as big of a deal. Thieves Knife it is. Flame Shield for fire immunity. Let's put the gold hairpin on you to half MP cost, so you're gonna be the primary spellcaster if we need to cast spells. Sage of Surplus to give immunity to silence, and Hermes Sandals for speed. We need that speed. Alright. You get Hermes Sandals, so maybe you can contribute a little bit as well, and you as well. And this is our setup for Omega. Alrighty. Let's give it some good attempts here, shall we? We should have okay odds to win, as long as I keep up the Reflect. But that's kind of the catch. We will need to recast the Reflect over and over again. Good luck, everybody. I'm in the back row, how inconvenient. But we'll figure it out as we go. So, we're gonna prioritize casting Shell onto our main attackers. And Blasters. This is a reset. If we get blasted immediately, too bad. If this doesn't work, we guess have to level up and give them my monk stats. What would that help us though? Like, we could level up and give them my monk stats, but to what end? I guess we would deal more damage. Alright, front row. But I think the damage is not going to be as much of a... Hey, preemptive strike, how nice. The damage is not going to be as much of a problem as surviving. Because we have good damage. The chance to hit is not great, because of I might guess absurdly high evasion. But it might just be fine. Alright, point magic. Shell. This Shell basically reduces the chance of Maelstrom to hit dramatically. So even if he uses it, we have a good chance of just not getting hit by it. Then we want to cast a Reflect. And the Reflect again. And you know what? Sure, these guys also get Reflect. They can stick around for a bit. And then we just wait until we get hit. Atomic Ray. That's fine. Wave Cannon. Now we need to heal. This is why we have potions. Feels really silly to heal a potion when you have White Mage, but what are you gonna do about it? Let's see if this spell actually works. It might, for all I know. For the Reflect and Protect status. And yeah, Lena and Kryl are gonna go down. This is why we need the shields, by the way. Although, admittedly, we would actually survive with Shell and max HP on those characters. Wave Cannon. Now it's gonna be the double turn. Let's see if the timing works out. We wanna have Reflect for the double turn. Oh. But I need to heal up before the double turn as well. Okay, we do get a turn here. But only with one character. So if he uses Wave Cannon here, Ferris is down. He didn't. We should be immune against the nasty status effects from Rainbow Wind. Then this was the double turn. Now we wait until we can attack. Search, immediately attack. Can't escape, Mimic. Try to hit, nothing to steal. We get to attack twice. Or try to. Alright. Pretty bad luck with not hitting even one of those 4 attacks, but we get to attack 4 times, which honestly is good odds overall. But Reflect already wore off. Let me actually check Omega's turn thingy. What's your next turn? Your next turn is Surge Beam. So we wanna heal the Surge Beam. So I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna wait here. Well, Wave Cannon, excuse me, it's called in this version. Heal up. And then... it's turn 1 again, which means we have to have a Reflect active. Otherwise, Blaster can be a death sentence. There we go. This is exactly why we have to have Reflect. Then it's gonna be Wave Cannon again. Yes. Wave Cannon. We have to heal. By the way, the high potions will run out after a bunch of turns like this if I try to keep 4 characters alive. This is another reason to keep only 2 characters alive. Atomic Ray, he would heal himself, but... well, he is already at full HP. Wave Cannon. Let's see. We have to heal again, but we also have to have Reflect at the same time. Heal takes priority, because it's functionally a 1 in 6 chance to instantly die to a Blaster attack. So we heal and then we cast Reflect. Although arguably, reflecting earlier would have been more desirable. Anyways, this is going to last. Ooh. Okay, I think Fairies resisted it. So that was lucky. So then we attack. Try to anyways. Can't escape. 1 hit, 3216 damage. Plus 1533. If somebody wants to keep track of how much damage we deal, be my guest. Plus 10,000. And another 3,300. Oh, wait. Is Fairies too slow? Fairies is too slow to go twice. Oh, that's so annoying. You needed to hit yourself, dude. Good job. Fairies is too slow to attack twice. Thanks for the heal. Okay, we got lucky there. That was turn 1 again. Next we need to just heal through the Surge Beam. Or Wave Cannon, excuse me. Then Rainbow Wind, Emission, Atomic Ray. We are fine against these. Then we wanna heal up here. And immediately also cast a Reflect. To resist. That's just over an 18,000 damage increase. Yeah, we don't need that much luck then in order to win. So that's good news. Alrighty, then Blaster, this is why we Reflect. Earthquake, this is why we float. Search. Attack immediately. Didn't hit, that's a shame. Mimic. And I'm pretty sure Fairies is too slow. to attack another time, so we're just gonna wait here. Very nice. The extra damage from Mustard Bomb is fantastic. Alright. Then Kyuraga. Because you don't have Reflect anymore anyways. Maybe we need to prioritize casting Reflect now, think about it. Because Blaster can come in next turn here. Yeah, I think the Reflect has priority, to be honest. Because I don't want to get blasted here. Ferris does need to get healed still. Yeah, Ferris needs just a tiny bit more speed. We are just ever so slightly too slow to be able to keep up with our spells here. Gonna Search Beam again. Excuse me, Wave Cannon. I'm never gonna get used to that. Mimic the Miss, yes, I suppose. Atomic Ray, he heals for another 1500. Then we want to Reflect for the double turn. We need to heal up because he can Wave Cannon again on his double turn, basically twice consecutively. So the priority is always healing up. Ferris doesn't have a Reflex right now, but here we go. Wave Cannon. There it is. This is why we need to have the thing. And Maelstrom! This is why we would need to keep a turn. Now this is gonna get a lot more difficult. I'm gonna play it a bit risky here. Because my priority is trying to deal damage. Can't escape. And miss again. Unlucky. Back to about 28,000 now. Alright. 1 in 6 chance to die from Blaster. We resisted it, how nice. So we need to heal Butts here. Here I go. Ferris needs Shell. She might survive a Quake, maybe. I don't think she does, honestly. But at least this gives us better odds to survive various things. Okay. No. We're gonna be fine on the next turn. So, Wave Cannon coming up after his regular turn here. Rainbow Wind, it's fine. We're immune. After Wave Cannon, we heal up. And immediately need to initiate casting a Reflect. Actually, I probably should keep the turn of Butts instead, because he's going to be able to move twice. Hopefully, anyways. But Ferris does not get a turn beforehand, I don't think. Oh, she does. Alright, Blaster is not a concern, but Quake is. There's the Earthquake. Ferris is probably dead here. Yeah. Let's see. 50-50 chance for him to hit a Reflect. We lose the 50-50. Flamethrower. Wave Cannon, we heal up with Kyuraga. Ferris needs MP, so we should use potions and an elixir soon. Plus we do want to have Reflect up again anyways. So you get Reflect. You don't have enough MP. Oh, you do have enough MP for Reflect. You wait until the next Wave Cannon arrives. This is the reason why we have Reflect, the Blaster. Okay, Elixir for Ferris. Arguably, we don't need to worry about fairies having reflect on that turn. Because she already died now anyways. Rainbow Wind. So we're gonna lose reflect here as well. Although should have probably healed up first. Fairies might lose reflect before, yep, the turn, but she should get it right here again. She does need to heal herself, however. So, 1 in 3 chance to die to Earthshaker. Maelstrom, I suppose that's even worse. Yes. Yes it is. Because now an Earthshaker is just dead. Alright. I don't feel like playing the 1 in 3 odds every time, so we reset. So yeah, I think the odds are not too terrible for us to get through this. But it's certainly, we still need to get lucky. Alright, Thunderga. Better to reset than to Wonder Rod. I forgot I could Wonder Rod, to be completely honest. It doesn't matter. It's the same difference. But... well, it would be slightly faster to Wonder Rod, probably. So arguably it would be worth it. Well, Kryle's gonna be a statue instead of sleeping on the floor. One can only assume that this might be more comfortable. But is it really? Who knows? Anyways, Blaster first turn avoided, so we're good to go. And kinda like before, we're just gonna try and keep our characters alive while we can. Because we might as well. Flamethrower. Get healed. Wave Cannon. There we go. Wait, actually, hold up. I just realized. Hey, Vagabond Azulian, hope you're doing well today. Happy Thursday to you as well. I just realized, can I give fairies just the tiniest bit more speed? Somehow. Black Cowl instead of Gold Hairpin gives her 2 agility. This probably lets her go twice before Omega gets to go 1 turn. I think this is worth it. The downside is, of course, now her spells cost the normal amount of MP instead of half. Back attacks. But I think that is an acceptable trade. Anyways, I would prefer not to start this encounter in a back attack, so let's do what was suggested earlier, which just tell you, nah, that didn't actually happen, and return back to the beginning of the battle. Hey look, this didn't actually happen. Thunderga. Thunderga. Since if you get him to 45,000 you can just swing for the fences. I guess in the attempt where I reset, I could have just tried to attack until we lose instead of resetting. That's fair, I should have done that. That's fine, because you're immune to petrification. You do however need to get healed. Kira. Actually, just throw a potion to yourself. Kyoraga. Now we wait until... Good night. Now we wait until Wave Cannon again. Then we're going to Kyoraga. And give everybody a Reflect. White Magic. Reflect yourself. So we don't want to get blasted. reflect yourself. And if we have enough time to reflect trial as well, that's fine too. So we're gonna do that. However, we need to get Butts' turn, so I actually need to spend the turn with Ferris. I guess I could have spent time healing. Right, Maelstrom is a problem. I need to keep my turns. And yes, 55,000 HP is what Omega has. Did I save? I did save, alright. Well, I need to be ready for Maelstrom. There's no other way anyways. I just need to not forget that he can do that on the double turn. Blaster. Good night. Here I go. I forgot to shell you guys up. Alright. So we wanna heal up from the wave cannon coming up. But also we want to have our turn ready. So actually, arguably it's correct to cast a reflex right now. So this is reflect after his third turn. I don't think this will last long enough to be there for the targeting still. We have to heal up here because he can double wave cannon. Or well, he can wave cannon his double turn. But we also simultaneously will want to have our turn ready in case he Maelstroms us. So we need to both heal up and be ready for Maelstrom. This is why we have reflect, Maelstrom. No, no. Well, I targeted the wrong character with heal. The thing is, with Maelstrom, we don't actually have a reliable way to heal. I wonder if it's more... It's a 1 in 12 chance for a shelled character to get knocked out by a blaster. Maybe it's better if I have Kiraga ready. This didn't happen, yeah. Maybe it's better to have Kiraga ready for Maelstrom. Then again, Maelstrom doesn't... It has like a 45% chance to hit as well, right? But it can hit both characters, which is a problem. So that's a potential thing. Is it better to keep the ability to cast Kiraga against a double turn, or is it better to... You know, I just realized, I'll look over at my dashboard, Pontocron subscribed for 4 months. I completely missed that one, I'm so sorry. 26 minutes ago. Thank you so much. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Sorry, it's just idly looking over while thinking. Yeah. I think it's better to have Reflect, honestly. Maelstrom is less likely to murder us, most likely. You did it while you were menuing in your defense. I appreciate that. But yeah. Just in case this spell helps. I don't think it does. But who knows? White magic. Kiraga. White magic. shell yourself. You know what? Maybe increased chances of survival would be reasonable, especially, you know, I guess initially it would be reasonable to keep up the other two characters alive if I'm not using Reflect before the double turn. Or try to. Oh, you actually did survive. Wow, alright. I'm impressed. Also, this means we don't Reflect. He doesn't get healed. So maybe this is correct. Yeah, we just keep her turn, cast Kyuraga, as soon as he queues up his potential double attack. And he did nothing. Right, never mind then. So Reflect everybody. Maybe it is correct to try and keep all characters alive. Right, everybody is Reflect. Oh, Fairy's turn is gonna come up first, isn't it? No. She can't mimic attacking. There's no. She hasn't. Search. You attack. Miss. We actually have to attack with. I guess technically only with Trial. Just so Fairies can mimic the attack. Can't escape. Unlucky. Alright, the Wave Cannon is next. And I guess everybody heals themselves with a potion. Did I ever shell up Kryl? I don't think she has shell yet. Oh, she does have shell. Blaster didn't hit, or it was paralysis, which we're immune to. Wave Cannon, Kyuraga. Flamethrower. Nothing, basically. Wave Cannon, we have to heal. Because it's always half of your maximum HP. And if you Wave Cannon twice, then you did, without healing in between. Okay. Rainbow Wind. By the way, you can Wave Cannon into Monstrum, so you're extra dead. Sometimes anyways. Alright. Wait, that's the double turn. I need to start reflecting up, oh my goodness. I'm late on that. Let's see if Lena gets her turn. No. Okay. This is fine. There's no reason to... We attack with you in case Eris gets her turn first. She does. Mimic attack. So we only get one attack here. Alright, 3,200 damage. And 10,000, so about 13,000 damage right now. Good start. And then we just wait. Rainbow Wind, that's also 100-ish damage because it also, I think it inflicts the HP leak status. Although I'm not sure. Everybody heals with a potion. I guess the only time we get to have everybody with Reflect is if he doesn't use Wave Cannon or Maelstrom on his double turn. Because we have to heal afterwards, so one turn will be spent healing, guaranteed there. Delta attack. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because she's not immune to that. Magic Shell. I do think keeping the other characters alive is actually worthwhile. I have changed my mind. We have the first non-floater, yes. Flamethrower. You get healed instead, that's good. Curaga. You only have one more one more Curaga spell in you. Then we get to the double turn. You need to keep your turn to cast Curaga immediately. Because Maelstrom could just murder us. That actually ticked once. If we get 1 HP weakness status, then it's just over anyways for that character. So we just hope that doesn't happen. Not a whole lot else we can do. Alright. Reflect everybody. Okay, we need MP on Ferris and Butts very soon. Okay, then we wait. 1 in 3 good chance to reflect the attack. Attack. Nice, 10,000 more damage. And an additional bit. Okay. You... What did you do? You throw an elixir. We need MP. And you also throw an elixir. Mag. I think you can try again, Ferris. Although this might have been too late. Alright, he heals for 1100, so that's about, what, 22,000 damage right now? That sounds about right. Okay, wave cannon again. Heal up. We could be risky and not use high potions on this turn, and just wait until Reflect wears off, because it should be wearing off before the next wave cannon. Although arguably Reflect on Lena and Cryle is actually more useful, because these are the ones that would not survive an atomic array easily. In fact, if I just heal you guys up properly, then you will survive atomic ray. Or a flamethrower even. Delta attack. Okay, that's fine, that's just damage. Let's heal up to full anyways. Then wave cannon again. No, I think it's not the double turn time yet, is it? I lost track. Rainbow Wind. No, it's not. Oh, and you got silence. Oh, very inconvenient. We can actually cure that. Okay, we need to heal up the wave cannon. Then it's a double turn where we need to be ready to heal up another wave cannon and the Maelstrom potentially. Admittedly, actually a second wave cannon we don't have to immediately heal. We only need to heal if Maelstrom comes around. Wave cannon. Maelstrom we have to heal. Okay, this time no damage tick. Okay, that's just how it is. Alright, Reflect. Priority on Cryle and Lena for Reflects, because they don't survive the fire attacks easily, but the other characters do. Right, then get ready to attack. Nice. Please hit. Come on. Nice, 10,000 more damage. We're at 32,000 damage approximately. You just wait. I don't know if we get in the second attack in because of the delay we had to go for. Well, I don't think it was actually wise to attack with Ferris there. Atomic Ray reflected. Knocks you out. How inconvenient. Alright, we're going to wait for the wave cannon. Then we're going to cast Rays. And then we're gonna briefly wait until Reflect wears off. Kyuraga everybody. On the bright side it was Lena who already was not floating anymore. Shell for you. Atomic Ray. Yeah, they don't survive, it's just natural height. They are slower than Omega. Do I have time to revive? Kind of. I do need to immediately heal up after... I guess I could cast Arise. Actually, that's a mistake. I needed to cast Arise in order to revive your full HP, then we only spend one turn. It is much more expensive though. Alright, so... Arise... Well, we need to heal everybody anyways now. This is to produce more targets. So in case he uses Blaster, it's much less likely that Butts and Ferris get hit by it. Then... You guys need Shell again. Rainbow Wind. Okay. It's gonna be Wave Cannon next, and then the double turn once more. So get ready to Kyuraga the Wave Cannon. And then we get ready to Kyuraga potential Maelstrom. Okay, it's not Maelstrom, so we reflect on everybody. You can't reflect right now. Because she's silenced, but I didn't want to go out of the menu because I was gonna lose time. That's unfortunate. Reflect for you. Probably should have healed anyways. Alright. We hope for the 3 and 4. We got it. Attack. Come on, attack. 3,000 damage, so we are at what? 25,000 now, or is it 35,000 now? Okay, you want to recover MP as well. You know, heal up now is fine. Let's hope Felix is fast enough this time. Well, I'm not gonna know if this is fast enough or not. Omega was always gonna move, more or less immediately afterwards. That's just how it is. Alright, the Reflect is gonna wear off soon after the Wave Cannon, so we can actually just wait here. See the Reflect wear off. Kyuraga everybody. Have a chance to survive the flamethrowers thanks to everybody being at full health. And less chance for Blaster to murder us. Got lucky. Kyuraga again. This time it's the fire turn. If it's Atomic Ray, Lena and Kryle did not survive it. Actually, we can start casting... Well, we could cast Reflect on Lena and Kryle here. For them to have a better chance at surviving things. Well, actually Kryle would survive if she had full HP there. Right, Wave Cannon coming up. We don't have enough MP for a Rise. That smells like a problem to me. Are we gonna go one round without these two? So we're gonna, in this case, cast a Reflect right now. And then heal up with elixirs to regain MP after the Wave Cannon. And then I hope we don't get destroyed by Maelstrom. The chance for it to land on both characters is at most 25%. And it's only 1 in 3 chance for him to cast it to begin with, so... Earthquake, we're good. We are fast enough to use a potion here. To be ready still. Okay, we attack. Nice. Can't escape, we mimic anyways. Mug does in the steel. Can't escape. Getting pretty unlucky with the chicken knife. It's a slightly better than 1 in 3 chance to hit. Also, he does target himself even if Ferris goes twice. Good news, everybody. Right, so we revive the other two. Once again, more targets for us means that less chance for Ferris or Butts to get murdered by stuff. We wanna Shell up and Kuraga up. You think that's about 36,000 damage. Okay, good to know, thank you. One more hit with the chicken knife in this case. Means that we can then just continuously try to hit with chicken knife over and over again to try and just win from that position. Delta attack. Okay, that's good. Just damage. Heal it up a bit of potion. Oh, that's... Why is that so little damage? Does Delta attack just have a really high variance like Zombie Breath and Meteor? Suppose it must have, right? I didn't remember that part. Alright, yeah, we just wait. Flamethrower. Good. It's gonna be Wave Cannon again. Everybody gets healed. Then we hope we don't get Earthshaker. Because that would mean Kryle goes down. Wave Cannon again. Maelstrom heal immediately. Right, 8 HP should be enough for us to survive. We're good to go. Now, reflect on, well, as many people as possible, which is gonna be 3. Because Kryle had to heal instead. Where is it? Reflect. Priority for reflect on Leva and Kryle, because they survive less. And one more reflect. And we wait for Butts to hopefully get to attack. Nice. Come on, Butts, hit sometimes. Can't escape. I think that's like 4 times in a row now, can't escape. There we go, we hit him. Alrighty. I think from here on out... Oh. No, we were way off. This is it, we win. Oh, I see. Okay, nice. So I could have attacked actually, but earlier already. I just didn't realize it. Trial, gain the job level, gain MP plus 10%. And we get the Omega badge. I was too late in screenshotting, by the way, so if somebody has a screenshot, they could upload a link. That would be convenient. Otherwise, I'd just... Actually, you know what? On the YouTube side of things, I can just go back in time, right? Yeah, wait, hold up. That's very convenient on YouTube. Hold up. I can just rewind very easily. A Twitch feature that should not be locked behind. Or a feature that should not be locked behind people having to subscribe, I would argue. But it is not locked behind subscribing. For whatever bizarre reason. Like, it's a great feature to be able to just rewind. It's actually one of my favorite things about watching live streams on YouTube. You can just easily go back to check something if you happen to miss something or so, or otherwise. Also a flashing warning. Sorry, I should have said that earlier. Alrighty, so yeah. It turns out it was probably a fine choice to just keep everybody alive. The power of White Mage healing is absolutely absurd. And from here on out, we don't need to worry about keeping float anymore, so we can just go back and call a chop, heal up everybody to full, and move on. Nice. One down. The other two bosses are gonna be actually significantly easier. I don't know if they're gonna be faster, but easier, definitely. YouTube is super convenient for that, I agree. Alrighty, so we do no longer need the Sage's Surplus, so we're just gonna give you... Black Garb for speed. I like the extra speed. You're gonna get... Crystal Helm for physical defense. Kinda funny that the plumed hat was actually still the better choice afterwards. And... You know, we can actually use the Enhancer Sword on you for the upcoming encounters. Might as well. You get a chicken knife to run away, and we're gonna unequip the Hermes sandals from you for now, so we can just run away more efficiently. We're just gonna Zerk Blinkshin. Yes. Well, we're just not gonna use the chicken knife for him, but yes. Right, I don't have an attack on America. So never mind. We're gonna put the chicken knife onto butts instead. I forgot I don't have an attack. Also, what I should do is unequip the Hermes sandals from these guys as well. Also, I can use L&R to switch between the characters' menus. I keep forgetting that. You cannot do this in the Super Nintendo version, but this version here has the feature to just switch between equipment screens with L&R. It's very convenient. One of the reasons why I think the Game Boy Advance version is just kind of like the definitive version of the game in terms of having all of the features plus a bunch of quality of life upgrades compared to Super Nintendo. No. Oh, nice. Good job, but now it's a good thing that you keep running away. On Omega it was a little bit annoying. Just a little. Eventually we're gonna knock these guys out if we attack 14 times in a row. I mean, I would prefer if we get to run instead, but... mean, at this point we're kind of getting there where we might just knock them out instead. Because I probably should heal now. Oh, never mind. There we go. Because if both of them used breathing in the same turn there, that would have probably knocked out Bats. Actually, only if his HP is divisible by 4, which it is not. Sindri has no elemental weakness, right? Just a weakness to pointer sticks forged from gemstones, wings, lessons, right? Pretty much, yes. We don't have a way to take advantage of Sindri's weakness. Right, break. And 25% chance to run away instead of knocking out a high experience encounter. Oh well, it's okay. We have enough levels anyways. Let's actually see, how much experience would you need? It's 2,700, 811. We can knock out one Iron Giant and a tiny bit of extra in order to get Kryl and Ferris a level. Might as well. Also, everybody gets Hermes handles again for this encounter. We also, I guess, prefer ice shields here, but we only have one, so I did not pick up the second one in the pyramid. Curaga. You know what? I have a silly idea. Twintania is weak to Holy Element, has 50,000 HP, but we can just wait until Twintania makes itself weak to literally every status effect and break it with Breakblade. But I have a funnier idea. What if we just reflect everybody? Probably should have shelled up too. But if you cast holy or spells onto Twintania, it will counterattack with Mega Flare, which can be reflected. Two out of 3 times, I think. Or is it 1 in 3 times where he counters with Mega Flare? There it is, Mega Flare. Look at how much damage it does back. And Atomic Ray back at you as well. I think he can actually counterattack his own attack too, funnily enough. Which is quite amusing to me. Anyways, Holy is boosted by 50% for Kryl because she has the Sage's stuff equipped. So it's even more damage. There's no reason for us to do this the hard way, quote unquote, but it's kind of fun to just destroy Twintania with white mages, in my personal opinion. You know, white mage, the best support class in the game. Oh, one of the best support classes in the game. Absolutely trouncing a big late game boss with Reflect and Holy. This also gives us a rare drop chance for a Tinkerbell. We can't use it, but it would be funny. Nope, we don't get it. If you defeat Twintania in its second form while it's weak to everything, you actually don't have a chance to get the Tinkerbell as a rare drop. If you're reflecting enemies, you should reflecting it off your party for 50% extra damage, or does that break Twin self-nuking? Oh, you can't multi-target Holy. You cannot multi-target wholly in this game. It's only single target. Alright, we want one Iron Giant. Actually, you know what? 2 Iron Giants is just gonna give us a level. So you get... yeah, it's fine. Doesn't matter what you get. Also, yeah, you can switch stuff around. Protect ring, protect ring. Then we quick save and reset, because this always gives us the uncommon encounter, which happens to be a double Iron Giant in this room. And we just need one of those encounters to level up Kryl and Ferris to just one more level. Then again, the funny thing is, if I just kept doing this, we are going to get a level almost every time, because we are kind of a low level at this point in the game, let me be honest. Actually, we're not nearly as low of a level anymore compared to what we used to be, I suppose, but... yeah, it's fine. Wait. Oh! Right, I was wondering, wait, why did Ferris actually attack with Mimic? I thought I can't attack with Ferris there because she doesn't have the attack command. But... because Lena counterattacked, she was able to attack anyways. I forgot. Again. Yeah, it's fun. You're low level for casual play. You're rarely much higher than this and honestly. Yes. It's more of a case of we could have gone through here with like 700, 800 HP on every character and it would be perfectly fine. Because Shell just protects us dramatically. Anyways. Ah! Oh, we got away. Never mind. Chicken knife to run away. In case you're curious, that's Ramir. He hangs out here if you didn't get him in World 1. I think that's the rare encounter. The main thing that requires levels other than super bosses is Almagast, and Mystic Knight lost at that. Yes, accurate. But then again, we're gonna leave the Almagast portion alive probably for last. Probably. Critical attack. So King Behemoths counter with Meteor if you cast spells on them. But they do counterattack with physical attacks if you just physically attack them. Actually, are these things susceptible to Break Blade? A lot of enemies in the Void are. A lot of them are not. Right, you can't attack. I keep falling into the same trap. I can't attack with Ferris unless I equip an attack command. Does she need white magic? I don't think she needs white magic at this point. Another King Beam. Let's try Break Blade on you. See if that works. Enemies in here don't give experience anymore, only ability points and money. Well, I guess I'm not gonna know. Maybe she doesn't need items. I think it was specifically for Omega where I really wanted items on Ferris. But from here on out, I'll give her an attack command instead. You get Hermes Sandals. Actually, Mirage Vest and Thieves Glove. I'll give you Thieves Glove instead. This is Gilgamesh. He doesn't know who we are right now because he is blind or something like that. Anyways, after we deal 7,000 damage to him, he recognizes us. But he also has a very interesting item to steal. We get the Mug command to activate. You know what, I actually wonder whether Mimic can even mimic item procs. Somebody mentioned that earlier, but I kind of didn't even think about that. Like, I thought about it the wrong way around, if you will. Because it does work for Spellblade. Okay, it can. Confirmation. Anyways, we have a Genji Shield now. The Genji Shield is absolutely amazing. It has a 50% chance to block physical attacks incoming. Which, you know, that's really crazy good. It is absurdly strong. So move you to the front row. We're gonna give you a blink. Also, fun fact, if we mini Butts, he doubles his shield evasion, which means it goes from 50% to probably 99%. It's not 100%, but you almost never get hit anymore, but it's technically still possible. Anyways, Gilgamesh, snap out of it. There we go. Alrighty. I wonder, does Ice Breath... Is it Snowstorm? Snowstorm... Does Snowstorm cost MP? No, it does not. Alma, I guess, costs MP, which is kind of funny. Goodbye, Gilgamesh, until we meet again! Someday. Somewhere. Sometime. In outer space. Or inner space? What's a better description for the void? It's not outer space or inner space. It is sideways space. Because it is just, you know, a step removed to the left from reality. Anti-space. I think that's a fair description. These Gorgimera have a rare steel for an Aegis shield if you want the second or third or fourth one. This was actually my original plan to get the Aegis shield from until... I'm sorry, I don't remember the name. Somebody suggested that I could get it from Harlequin Naso instead. Which is fancier. These crystal enemies, if you capture and release them as a Beastmaster, they cast Mighty Gun Unit Party, which is amazing. Protect, Shell and Float for the entire party is incredibly good, especially for the final boss fight. The downside is they have 3 HP. Or 2. Or 4. So you need to have the Konaga Gourd equipped to capture enemies that are below half HP, and you need to somehow deal 2 damage to them. Which can be a bit of a challenge. Anyways, we're gonna move to the front row. With you, you're gonna get Hermes Sandals. You're gonna get Hermes Sandals. You have Hermes Sandals, you're gonna get Hermes Sandals. Thief's Knife, and... actually no, because the Enhancer Sword for once, and you get the Assassin Dagger. These are our strongest weapons that we have available. You can use the Power Sash for extra damage, Twist Headband for extra damage, Hermes Sandals for speed, Flame Shield is the highest physical evasion that we have, aside from the Genji Shield, which is already here. Power Sash is okay for extra damage, Enhancer Sword. Healing up doesn't matter. Because, welcome to the second super boss of the game. This is Shinryu. He is absurdly, insanely, absolutely ridiculously fast. But he's also susceptible to Berserk. So... Shinryu, on his second turn, will cast Tidal Wave normally, dealing about 8000 to 9000 damage, water damage to your entire party. Surviving that is no small feat if you decide to try and battle Shinryu without berserking him. However, with Berserk, he literally does nothing but physically attack. Now, I don't think we need to mention this, but if Shinryu ever hits our characters, they will die. Like, there's absolutely nothing our characters can do to survive getting hit by this big guy. So, he doesn't have any particular elemental weakness that we can take advantage of, so we're gonna use Flare Blade again. Plus, you can run away from this encounter. In fact, you can reliably run away from this encounter. So you can just press L and R and get away here, but we of course don't really necessarily want to do that. White Mage effectively solved this encounter thanks to Blink and Berserk. There's nothing else we need to do. Speaking of Berserk, we can actually increase our physical damage output by 50% by berserking our own characters. Just don't equip the chicken knife, otherwise you're gonna run away. Sometimes. Right, and from here on out, we're just gonna wait with Lena and Cryle to see who needs Blink. He does have evasion. I think it's like 30% or so. Oh, that's so much less damage with the Enhancer Sword than I expected this to be, not gonna lie. I thought that was gonna be way more damage. Oh well, he does have really, really good defenses, but Flare Blade, ignoring half of the enemy's defense, usually counteracts that. Surviving with Tidal Wave with Coral Rings is easy though, just 200,000 gold to keep the party alive. Yeah, usually you're better to just have like 1 or 2 people survive the Tidal Wave and then revive the others and then somehow manage the battle from there. He only uses Tidal Wave at the very beginning of the battle and never again. So you can conceivably fight through him using other abilities. But it's definitely not easy. Nice blocking. Are we using the Assassin Dagger? Yes. He cannot be doomed, but we can't use the chicken knife here. I mean, we could, it's just 25% chance to run away is not that enticing. So yeah, honestly the Enhancer Sword is putting in good work here. I don't remember how much HP he has, it's like 55,000? Shinryu... 55,500 HP. And as you can see, White Mage functionally just solved this encounter. There's other classes that help a lot against Shinryu too, mostly classes that can allow you to berserk him to begin with. Red Mage, and... oh, that's it already. Red Mage and... Chemist, and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, hooray for plus 100 ability points, I guess. Speaking of which, we could master Monk. Actually, Cryle has mastered Monk and White Mage, so presumably we would have had enough. You know, actually, Lena already mastered Mystic Knight. Okay. Let's... oh, hi. Well, you don't have items. This guy has a common steel for elixirs. Steel. Ah, I got it. Goodbye. Any rod wielder? Oh yeah, actually rods and stave wielders can all do that. I was thinking of the power staff, but forgot about the wonder rod that can also help. Alright, so question. How do I defeat movers? Can they be petrified? Mover... I don't think they can, right? Yeah, they're immune to petrification. They're weak to fire though. And still heavy. So enhancer sword. Do not use the assassin dagger. So I guess my next best option is the thief's knife then, because we also don't want to run away. I'm looking to complete a mover battle, in case you're curious what I'm doing here. Can I do that? Probably, right? Alright, we're gonna quick save and manipulate another encounter. In this area here specifically, we want a rare encounter. Because that is an encounter that gives you an absurd amount of ability points. 199. And Lena is so close to mastering both Monk and Mystic Knight that it would be kind of a shame to not have her become the mime at the end here. Also, we might as well finish this encounter here. Can you break the guys on the left? I honestly don't remember. How do you hit this thing? Oh, actually, crystals have really high evasion. Can I berserk this guy? Yes, okay, he's not gonna counterattack anymore. Ow. No, that's not where your attack is. She should be mimicking that attack, right? Ferris, use the oh, she defended. She mimicked defending. Right. I was thinking she was getting ready for a move, but no. That's not what she's doing. Holy. You wish you could enchant your fists? That would be amazing. Okay, that guy goes down to that. Let's use a dagger for the... Oh, damn, more defense than I thought it did. Holy on this guy. He's probably gonna go down. The crystals absorb, I think, pretty much all elements as healing. That guy's down. My gosh, is not strong enough. Let's give you assassin dagger instead. Alright, that's 28 ability points. And the next random encounter here is going to be movers. Movers are really weird. After a certain amount of turns, they just end the battle. Like, they don't run away. You don't get a victory screen. You're just getting booted out to Overworld again, which is, well, not Overworld, like the run around area. Oh, shoot. I thought I was stopping time there while explaining. I didn't. So we want not the assassin dagger. It's pretty important. Runeblade is not it. We want the enhancer sword, spellblade. They are weak to fire. They are immune to petrification. And... yes. No, I want to specifically target anyways. Do they absorb wholly? No, they absorb poison. They're undead. So that's why we don't want to use the assassin dagger. They are also heavy, so we can't just put them to critical HP either. Let's see how much damage Ferris and Butts do here. Oh. I'm not gonna get used to attack not being at the top in my menu. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's half HP done. Okay, good targeting. There was random targeting there, and that's good because... Ferris, knock this thing out, please. She does not. Ah! Well, it happened. I thought I was stopping time, but I wasn't. Oh, shoot us again. Can you... Oh, you can sleep these guys. I could just put them to sleep and not worry about it afterwards. Yeah, we can just put them to sleep. They have no status immunities for the most part. Could even confuse them. Right, I don't care to fight these guys. So we're gonna use the chicken knife to try and run away. Run away! Ow. Yes. Right. Do not equip the chicken knife for this next encounter. And Hunter, they have no evasion, so we should be fine. We're just gonna put them to sleep and then knock them out. One by one. Well, they can't do anything. Right, Spellblade. Sleep. Spellblade. Can you poison these? No, they're immune to poison. One of the other few status effects they're immune to. So then... you know what? Move to the front row. We're gonna start kicking. Alright. No! I'm trying to attack, but the attack is down, not up. Yeah, that's fine. The guy on the right is gonna go down to one enhanced blade attack, probably. Okay, now he definitely goes down to one enhanced blade attack. With Firaga, so that is specifically. Alright, go down for sleep. 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 Alright, all of them are asleep now. They can no longer do anything. Gonna just wait with you. This guy also is gonna go down to an enhanced sword attack with Firaga. Then we prepare the last guy. I was gonna use kick, but I'm pretty sure kick does pitiful damage here. They have decent defenses. But hey, Lena, let's see how much damage kick does. Oh. They were not asleep? Why? How annoying. Well, let's berserk them so they can't do any other shenanigans instead, I guess. And you're still attacking with sleep plate. You have Firaga sword already, you can attack the top guy. Because they are berserk, they shouldn't be able to do anything. Oh, that guy was still low HP. Evidently. Yeah, these guys were still low HP. Mug him. Flame Scroll. Wow. Man, that was a struggle. But we got there eventually. 199 ability points against Spellblade 6, and Lena is 27 points away from leveling to the next level of mastery. Good enough for me. Alright. We would like to have gold hairpin here. But you can equip the... Actually, let's give you... And the enhancer is actually fine. The enhancer is perfectly fine. Thieves Knife for you is also fine. Yeah, this is alright. Alrighty, Necrophobe. This guy has 4 barriers, and with these 4 barriers he is invincible, or at least so he would like to think. Truth is that the barriers are susceptible to being petrified. Each one of them would normally have 8,800 HP, and in the first turn they either cast Flare or Holy, reflecting off of their innate reflex status onto over to us, which means that, well, we couldn't reflect their reflect, which is a bit inconvenient. They deal about 1,000 damage with their Flare and Holy spells, so if we put Shell on our lower HP characters, they should both survive. 1 Flare and Holy guaranteed. 2 on the other hand might be a bit sketch. So, attack is down. 1 down. Love how break is just kind of its own description, you just break the barriers. 2 down. Okay, everybody has Shell. While mostly Necrophobe is gonna be attacking in phase 2 with physical attacks, he does have a variety of spells with a chance to hit, so Shell will still help there. Flare! Should have attacked the other one. That's okay. Alright. And now, what we want to do is we want to blink up everybody. Because in the second phase, as mentioned before, he mostly attacks physically. So keeping our characters nice and healthy is very helpful. Because he also has a really mean combo where he can Hurricane, put a character to critical HP, and then immediately attack afterwards, because he always now gets double turns. Also Flash, everybody is blinded now, how inconvenient. I'd like to not be blinded. I don't know why I'm using Aesir instead of eye drops, but it's fine. Well, I guess Ferris doesn't have a choice, she doesn't have the item command. Also, this guy, he's actually weak against literally every single element in the book. So, this means... Holy is going to deal really, really good damage. 7,500 almost. That's really good damage. Holy Blade, by the way, if an enemy is weak to Holy, will insta-kill them if they're not flagged as heavy. He is heavy, so you can't do that. But, you know, we never get to use Blizzaga Sword or Holy Sword otherwise, so let's just use them anyways. He has 34,000 HP if you met Gilgamesh beforehand. A little bit less than... well, he has 44,000 HP. If you didn't meet Gilgamesh beforehand, effectively need to actually deplete his entire HP bar by yourself without help of Gilgamesh. Arguably, we never needed Gilgamesh to begin with in this encounter, but I mean, I like Gilgamesh, so he should just show up every time. Preferably not exploding, but... well, I don't get to choose that part. Don't weight shame poor phobe. I mean, most bosses are heavy. That's just the nature of them being gigantic relative to our characters, isn't it? Hey look, there's a cool guy here. Naki Kitsune Puppy. Thank you for the raid and welcome. Hope you're all having a lovely day today. Welcome to Final Fantasy V 4-job Fiesta, where we beat the game with just 4 given jobs. And in our case, those jobs are Mystic Knight, Mime, White Mage, and Monk. We are about to hit the end here. He ain't heavy, he's your brother. Are those two things mutually exclusive? Anyways, Gilgamesh is awesome. And the music is amazing. So Ferris doesn't have the item command as a mime, so if we wanna steal from this guy, we have to equip the Thief's Knife here. But wait, I already have the Thief's Knife equipped on Ferris, don't I? Oops. You can steal a heavy armor from him, the Genji armor, that has really decent defenses and a bunch of status immunities. I never remember which status immunities, but I think at least the Game Boy Advance version does tell you in the menu if you look at it. Anyways, try to steal from him. First try! Good job, Ferris. She is the pirate after all. Also, by the way, I'm not gonna start the next game today, but if you'd like to vote for what we're going to be playing next, the straw poll is in chat, pinned at the top. If you might have just recently joined, let me just post it in chat again, I guess. And you can vote for us playing Aquaria. That is a very, very old indie game, darling. One of the early, extremely beloved indie games, kind of in the vein of Cave Story. Cave Story is another choice that you can vote for, which is a platformer. I'm actually not entirely sure what Aquaria is going to be, but it's apparently, well, let's put it this way, everybody who has played Aquaria absolutely loves the game, and I'm a little bit curious to see what that is about someday. The same is true for Cave Story pretty much. However, Blueprints is a relatively recent roguelike extreme mystery game, puzzling, which is really, really fascinating to me. I would love to play that as well. Then again, I put all of these games on that list because I would love to play them. Axiom Verge and Environmental Station Alpha are both Metroidvanias with more mysteries, probably. Thess is also very heavy on the puzzles and mystery game, from what I understand, which is also one of the early indie game darlings, if you will. And Might and Magic X, Elmaga's choice. It doesn't really have that much to do with mystery, but it's a Might and Magic game. I have a soft spot for especially the old Might and Magic games and series, but I've never really played X, so it could be interesting. Gilgamesh, if you want, we can just hit him with 2 more holies. Ferris, fall in love! Never mind, I joke. Yeah. So we could set up for status immunities for the final boss, and they would be extremely helpful. But we have white mages. I don't think this is necessary. Oh, Ferris, Lena still hasn't mastered her Monk. We need 1 more encounter at least. Anyways, I'm not gonna set up for status immunities. I don't think it's necessary. But we're gonna go watch cutscene, go back and save, just in case I die in the final boss fight, because as experienced as I am in this game, the final boss fight is no joke. And there are certain rather sketchy portions of it, let's put it this way. Although if I take it slow, those sketchy portions are gonna be entirely negligible. Are you going to play, let's say, like the top 3 or self them? I'm sorry, you might need to rephrase that question with the shade, I'm not sure what it refers to. Oh yeah, I'm eventually going to play all of these games, most likely anyways. But I will be playing whichever one is the game most people vote for. I have to admit, if I were to vote on the straw poll, it will probably go to Blueprints, because it's one of those games where I keep running into it from YouTube essays that talk about mystery and mystery-laden games, and I would love to watch their YouTube videos and retrospective and essays about them, but you know, I don't want to get spoiled. You just bought Blueprints, very excited, nice. But again, all of the games on that list I would be very intrigued to play sometime. I've only heard good things about pretty much all of these, if I'm being honest. Well, that's not technically true. I suppose Might and Magic X might be a bit more on the less polished side, I think. But I was... what's the word? I was told that it's still worth playing. So I'm curious to play that as well someday. I was considering putting Legends of Grimrock onto that list as well, 1 or 2. But I have played through those games before, on stream. So it would be a replay. So I figured I should only be putting games onto that list that I have yet to play. The one game on that list that I'm actually familiar with to an extent is Cave Story. Because a long time ago, when I basically was just learning English and getting familiar with watching people on YouTube talk in English, Let's Plays and stuff, I have watched at least 1, if not 2 Let's Plays of Cave Story. I don't remember too much about it, but there's like one key thing I distinctly remember about it. But it will still be a reasonably fresh experience. What's the one class other than Berserk you'd never want to solo class, as in other this class skills either? I mean, I've done all of them. Except in Freelancer, that's the one I still need to do. Geomancer, honestly. The problem with Geomancer is X-Def in World 2, because you're effectively reduced to a mage that has to defeat him with luck in the front row with a dancing dagger. And that is a lot to do. Anyways, we need some more ability points. Isn't mine worse? No. Now you get to break rods. And the Staff of Light if you go for those. Alrighty. Holy the guy in the back. Holy the guy in the back. At least X-Def gets wind flashes consistently. The Neo X-Def, yes. But X-Def at the end of the World 2 does not. That's the problem. Attack. I think this guy can be broken, right? Oh, he actually hit. Alright. 30 ability points. Lena gained a chop level. Lena just mastered Monk. She is now the only character that has mastered both Monk and Mystic Knight. So I think it is only fair to give her the most powerful class that inherits the stats of the other characters that she has mastered. We're gonna turn her into the mine here for our final encounter. We're gonna give her Spellblade, attack, and white magic. Yeah, I think that's fine. We could give her the item command, which is arguably more easy to use. But hey, I think using the Bite Mage is quite fine. Alright, Ferris, you're gonna be our support monk. There you go. You get white magic. You got to shine during the Omega fight. Now it's time to let your sister get to do her thing. Black Garb for speed, Black Cowl for speed, Hermes Sandals for speed. You get Hermes Sandals for speed. And Power Sash for extra damage. I guess Gold Hairpin to reduce MP cost by half. Do we give you the chicken knife? Sure, Lena is the strongest character we have at this point in the team. Let's give her the chicken knife and Aegis shield against petrification. And that's our mime setup. You go to the back row. Actually, you know what? Everybody goes back row from now. You are going to go Mangouche for now. In fact, you... Actually, no, I can't give Lena the Mangouche. We can't do that. Because she doesn't have the item command. We can't switch it in combat. You get an Aegis shield as well. And... the rest doesn't really matter for the most part. Sage Staff for our White Mage, Black Robe for extra damage, and we're good to go. This is our setup. Let's rest up and battle the final guy. But yeah, I think I knew what I was getting into with Berserker for the solo character challenge run. For Geomancer, I thought I had a strategy where I was intentionally staying at lower level to increase the odds of, instead of getting anything else, actually getting wind slashes against XF at the end of World 2. But it turns out it was just absolutely not enough damage. And I had to level up for a long time to be able to defeat XF at the end of World 2, effectively with Dancing Dagger in the front row. Maybe I didn't try for long enough, because maybe that would have still been a better choice. But Berserker, at least I knew what I was getting into, and we played like games like Broken Sword while grinding the Berserker, so that was kind of fun. Alrighty everybody, welcome to the final boss battle. The Big Tree has 49,001 HP, and he also has a crazy amount of MP. However, Osmose Blade deals damage equivalent to the enemy's current MP of 25%. So, right now, XDeath in this form has, I think, 50,000 MP. However, if I give him an Ether, this is reduced to 9,999 MP remaining. Because this clown nice, white hole. This is why we have the Aegis shield equipped, by the way. This clown here, for some reason, gets his MP reduced to 9,999, probably because that's how much HP or MP a character can have after you heal them with an MP healing item. Like, it's capped at 9,999. And now if I attack him, that's 25% gone. If I attack him again, that's another 25% gone. And you can see where this is going. In the meantime, we're gonna shell up our two characters that do not have protection against White Hole. White Hole, as an attack, inflicts petrification and instant death at the same time. However, in this version, if you're immune against either petrification or instant death, you're immune against White Hole entirely. This is not true for the Pix Remaster. Whichever status you're not immune to will still apply in that version. Which I think is kind of rude, but it is what it is. Anyways, in phase 1 of his tree form, he only ever attacks with physical attacks, or casts White Hole, or does nothing. So what we're doing here is we're just setting up everybody until, well, we need to do anything else. But before we do anything else is we just run him out of MP. This is not damage, this is MP absorption that we're doing here. And if you know anything about the power of dividing, then you also know on how powerful the concept of reducing the enemy's HP by 1/4 is every time we get to attack. Well, I didn't mean to blink, I meant to use shell. Of course, the chicken knife is technically unnecessary in phase 1, but unfortunately we don't have a secondary good weapon to use. So, well, that's not true. We can't switch weapons on our missed on our mine because we didn't equip the item command. So this is going to be as good as it gets. So what else do we do? I don't actually know. We don't need to cast Protect because I plan keeping up Blink the entire way through. There is no reason for me to ever cast Protect, technically. We could use it, theoretically speaking. But yeah, we're now gonna drain this guy's MP until he has not enough MP remaining to cast... what's it called? Meteor. Basically, when you lower his HP below 10,000 HP remaining in this phase, he will be going to... start casting Meteor 1 in 3 times. And Meteor is anywhere between 1200 to 2400 damage, minus magic defense. But it's basically potentially a tremendous amount of damage. And because we don't have the highest of HP, sure, it's also halved by Shell for what it's worth. So we have okay chances of our character surviving, but one Meteor spellcast will most likely knock out at least one character, if not 2, or 3, or 4 if we get really unlucky. But if he doesn't have enough MP to cast it, well, he can't do that. Which is why we're just draining his MP with Osmo's Blade here. By the way, as I can see, unfortunately our monk just doesn't have the attack power to contribute much. But that's okay. She doesn't have anything else to do. We could cast Holy, but we don't want to push the phases too early. So he has 30 MP remaining. It's 21. Actually, it's more like 23. Four times 3 is what he has remaining. So 6, maybe more. Anyways, probably should cast Blink again. And anything else? Not really. Attack. Once the number says 1, we're gonna switch over. There it is. Alright. White hole, not enough MP. So we don't have to worry about him randomly knocking out Ferris or Kryl anymore. He can't do that. In the meantime, we're gonna go back to our good old trusty Flare Blade, because none of the phases have any elemental weakness, although one of them has a status weakness that we will be able to take advantage of later down the road. Which weapon do you have equipped on? Maybe we should give you a dagger? Just because a lot of the parts on Next F here have a decent chunk of physical evasion. Also, we can start casting Holy, so we start dishing out decent damage. Anyways, he switches into phase 2 once he has below 30,000 HP remaining, or in other words, after we deal 19,000 damage to him, where he will cast Holy or Flare turn 1, dealing about 3,000 damage to a single target. But he can't do that because he doesn't have MP remaining. What's your weapon? A Mangosh, that's actually not good enough. Let's give you... honestly, the Assassin Dagger. Like, the Enhancer would be more damage, probably. But the Assassin Dagger just reducing enemy evasion by half whenever you attack with a dagger, I think it's just too good not to use. White hole, not enough MP. Haha. Too bad you can't mimic enemies' abilities. Shoutouts to Crystal Project, where the mimic ability is absolutely insane. I love it in that game, because you can mimic what you get last hit by, even if it's an enemy ability, and you can do all sorts of shenanigans in that. It's great. Alright, move you to the front row to deal proper damage. You keep attacking. As you can see, Fairies deals 5000 damage to a neutral damage target, whereas our previous damage with Flare Blade was about 3800. So she does noticeably more damage thanks to having Mastered Monk as well. Holy, not enough MP. We're in phase 2 officially now. Swing. Swing. We could be preparing the magic lamp, but I also don't think it's all that necessary. I think Fairies would be better off also casting Holy, but it actually might be faster real time to have her not do that, funnily enough. Engulfed by the void! Ow, 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 ow. I don't know why, I just heard Yoshi in the background flying away. And welcome to Neo XDev. Alrighty. Neo XDev. He consists of 4 different parts. Where's my magic lamp? Magic lamp. There it is. So, the top right part is physical. It has 50,000 HP, 50. And it mostly attacks with vacuum for physical attacks, but with Blink we are largely set. We don't have to worry about that for the most part. Then we also have... this is the Grand Cross part. It will cast Grand Cross every so often. Also, once it drops below 15,000 HP remaining, on its like 5th or 6th turn, it has a 1 in 3 chance to cast Meteor, so be careful when leaving this thing on low HP for too long. Anyways, Grand Cross is one of 18 different status effects that can hit us, and my main objective here is going to be nuking the Grand Cross part to remove that potential variable. Because we are not immune to instant death, zombie petrification on a bunch of our characters, and he has absolutely no qualms of just murdering your entire party sometimes. It's rare, but it can happen. Anyways, second charge of the magic lamp is gonna be Tsunami. The magic lamp just summons the highest level summon in the second and then the third, and well, before we do anything else, you attack the Grand Cross part as a priority. Anyways, the third charge of the magic lamp is Santetskin. This is Odin, and he will instantly kill any part that is not flagged as heavy. It just so happens that the part on the far left is dead now, the magic casting part. It had 60,000 HP but is not flagged as heavy. The third charge of the magic lamp will just kill it. Very convenient. Then we also have this part. This is Almagest. Normally people aim to defeat the Almagest part as fast as possible, and we have a very easy solution to that. It is not immune to petrification. So Mystic Knight Petrified Attack will just nuke it. No notes. However, we actually are going to keep it alive because we have no trouble surviving Almagest. The biggest trouble could be Grand Cross for us, which is why we are just focusing on defeating that part as a priority. I'm actually going to continue using the magic lamp here. This is Sildra, arguably the highest damaging spell with most reasonable MP cost for a summoner, because you can also boost the wind damage it does by 50% if you equip a wind dagger. Unless you're a monk, then you can't equip daggers. Next we have Ruby Light. This is reflex for everybody. I actually would prefer not to get this, but if I want to get to the later summon spell, we kind of have to get through that one too. That's just how it is. Then continue using Holy, and continue nuking the part on the left there. Almagest is gonna be about 1400 damage, holy damage, to our entire party, but it's also reduced by Shell, so we're going to be fine surviving it with everybody here. It also inflicts HP sap, so it's pretty inconvenient. Do not hit the Almagest part, thank you. It's possible for Demon Eye, which inflicts petrification, to kill the Almagest part by itself. I don't want that to happen. The reason why I use the magic lamp so many times now is this guy. This is Golem. Earth Wall is going to absorb a large portion of physical damage if we ever get hit by physical attacks. And right now we can't blink. So, well, if we get hit by physical attack by Trial, it's gonna get absorbed thanks to the Golem Shield. Golem Shield is absolutely insanely good. Just continue nuking the Almagest part here, and you just attack too now. And your best attack is actually casting Holy, so we're gonna continue there. So yeah, we're just trying to remove the variable for the random status effects. Almagest, by the way, he was shaking there because Almagest. Also, the Aegir Shield prevents us from getting hit by Almagest 1 in 3 times because it can block literally any spell if the Aegis Shield feels like it. Very convenient. Dispel. The physical part occasionally will cast Dispel, which is very inconvenient. But it also means that, well, we can cast Blink on Lena again. But we also need to shelf her up as well. Reflex should be wearing off sometime soon. Keep hitting that part. The nice thing about the Grand Cross part is that... oh, it's dead. It actually keeps resetting its AI script whenever you pass certain HP thresholds. When you bring it below 30,000 HP and then 15,000 HP, it resets its script, which means it needs another 2 turns until it would cast Grand Cross. But it can't Grand Cross when you just deal enough damage like this. So that's nice. Alright, heal up everybody. Then Ferris is gonna be our main support here. And you are going to start working on the physical damaging part. So, I have no idea how much HP it has, but conveniently enough, it doesn't matter too much, because we can just Libra it and see how much HP it has. Whoosh. It's very laggy whenever this happens. Anyways. Trial and Lena are gonna be our best damage dealers here, so I will aim to cast support spells with Farius and Butts in this scenario. So Shell for Lena, so we survive Almagest again. Also, I guess we can blink on to Trial. Whoops, wrong target. We don't need to deal any damage to the Almagest part because we will just one-shot it eventually. Right, you're going to Libra this part, see how much HP that's remaining. It should be like 30,000, I would guess, still. Still a ways to go. It is... yep, almost exactly 30,000. And we can mist. This is white daggers instead of using the enhancer sword. And you have nothing else to do aside from Holy as well, I suppose. In the end, we didn't need any of the elixirs, by the way. I could have just used them all at Omega. Oh well. The power of White Mage support. We didn't even get hit by a physical attack once this battle, I believe. Dispel. Rude. It does not dispel your... magic sword. So we're good. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Spell Blade Break Blade onto Butts. Just so he's ready to do that. I don't know how much HP the physical part has, but it's not too many more hits before it goes down. And when there's only one part remaining of Neo Extra, that part absolutely goes berserk, instantly casting Almagest, Meteor, and all sorts of nasty things, so you wanna be very careful if you do that. Let's leave ready. We still have Golem Shield, so we don't need to shield up. 8,000 damage, 4 HP remaining. We're good to go. So, what we're gonna do is the following. Blink. Then we hope they get one more hit in with Lena here. Nice. And I think Cryo will now remove the thing from the equation with her next spell. Probably. So we're gonna spend one turn waiting until Almagest hits. Heal back up everybody. As long as we don't get dispelled right before Almagest hits. That can happen because the physical part does attack right before or after on the second Almagest. Right. Actually, if you holy this part, we should have it prepared, guaranteed. So it goes down to 1 holy from Cryo, which is reliable. We're gonna Spell Blade, Break Blade as well on Lena. Just in case Butts misses, because the Almagest part does have evasion. We're gonna wait until Lena's and Butts' turn come up. And now, Cryo, destroy. And Lena can't escape. Ferris, you're the wrong character to attack, but I didn't know whose turn it was next. And we win. Right there. Goodbye. Right, and screenshot. And that was Forge of Fiesta number 8 for this year specifically. Alrighty, thank you for the GGs. So, this team was decently strong. As I've mentioned before, Mystic Knight and White Mage, they don't technically have any synergies between the two. Like, there's not really any reason to use... Well, you literally can't use Magic Sword on a White Mage, because they can't enchant any weapon. You can always use White Magic on another character that isn't a Berserker. Actually, even on Berserkers, you can use their White Magic in the menu. So White Mage, like, it doesn't have any special synergy if you're like specific to those two job classes, but both of these characters or job classes are just so absurdly like good at everything they do and just solve so many encounters that it was absolutely no trouble to get through the game with these team members. The Monk contributed actually quite a lot in the early stages of the game. Even though we got it last at the Earth Drop Crystal, the barehanded ability was still useful for most of World 2. And, well, If nothing else, it allowed our white mage to have significantly more maximum HP at the end, thanks to plus 30% HP as a boost, which was very nice. And then the mime, you know, I mostly kind of used it as a secondary Mystic Knight. But I can't deny that it's kind of a weird class to try and use, and it has so much potential if you can put multiple things onto the mime that synergize with each other. Didn't really have much in that respect here, but it's kind of fun to try and use it someday. Mimes can be really cool, not in this party, yeah. Yeah, we didn't really have much synergy. But, I mean, Mystic Knight, White Mage, strong enough to carry everything. Monk contributing admirably in the early game, and Mime contributing very nicely in the late game. Can't really complain, everybody contributed. Okie dokie, and with this, we will have at least one more, probably two more Final Fantasy playthroughs this year. One is probably accompanying BGT and Seven Sins of their Final Fantasy Fiesta again. That is gonna be in December. And sometime in the near future, I will be finishing my solo character single job project, where I play through every single class in the game with just a solo character with the freelancer. Freelancer is not gonna be nearly as difficult as other job classes were, to be honest. But it's gonna be quite a lot to try and figure out and prepare, because being able to equip everything means I should consider all the weapons and equipment pieces we could possibly get along the way. Have you seen PJ Caesar's Bard Solo Final Fantasy 3 playthrough recently? It's something. I've not seen that one specifically. I also don't know Final Fantasy 3 well enough to understand much of it, to be honest, but I like lurking there occasionally. Bard for Final Fantasy 5 as a solo character, by the way, was, in my opinion, quite fun. Like, it was great, even, I would argue. Well, let me temper that a little bit. It was great for how bad I expected it to be. I think that is more accurate to say. In the late game, after we had the speed song, whenever we got enough time to start setting up with it, the Bard actually excelled at disposing of enemies, even though its damage output was rather pitiful. The absurd speed was just great. And then in the late game, of course, you could boost all the stats. It was even crazier. And then we also randomly figured out a technique where we could have the Bard continue singing while we were hiding at the same time. Because if you are singing with a Bard and then get put to sleep or confused and then get knocked out of confusion or sleep, the Bard continues singing still, and the physical attack that normally knocks you out from singing just lets you continue singing and you can still act. So we were able to just use that to our advantage in the select few boss fights where we got confused or put to sleep. Final Fantasy 3 Japanese Pixel Remaster's harp has accuracy issues. Oh no. Can you sing two songs at the same time with that mechanic? No, you'd still only get to sing one thing at a time. At least I think you only get to sing one thing at a time. I don't know if I ever got to really try that. I could be wrong. But if you have, let's say, a white mage for Confuse, or a black mage, or Mystic Knight for Sleep, or even a knight with Sleep Blade to... Actually no, Sleep Blade is not gonna work. Neither is gonna miss Mystic Knight. You specifically need to put the character to sleep with a spell, and then wake them up with a physical attack. In the Super Nintendo and Game Advance version, I believe it works both. they can just continue singing while you're doing other stuff. But yeah, another reason why the bard was actually quite fun for a solo challenge was because you can hide from critical turns when enemies have like something particularly threatening coming up. It just made for a very kind of curious type of tactics game, if you will, where you specifically unhide to take certain attacks, maybe get a swing or two in and then hide again. It was very efficient in a weird kind of way. Like especially XDeath at the end of World 2. After we got past the initial 1 in 3 chance to survive, because Doom just kills us, the Bard actually defeated XDeath functionally on the first try, because we just hit until level 3 flare, and then reflected it with the reflecting and then started hiding again immediately after. That worked out really well. How did Ferris fit through the bars in the castle window? She's just very slender. Those bars are not meant to keep like people in, it's not a prison. They're just there to... Actually, I don't know what the bars are there for in that window. Maybe to keep big boots out or something? Considering how many rather dangerous wildlife encounters we had in this game, maybe that's kind of reasonable. Don't want the cockatrice to just storm into your room and start petrifying everybody. Also, once again, shout out to the straw poll if you'd like to decide on what to play next. Feel free to let me know. You figured it was a joke since she was always running away from home? With the bars? No, I think like older, like very old buildings do occasionally have these kinds of things in front of windows. I don't know exactly what their purpose is. It might actually be to prevent intruders from entering or something like that sometimes. That's also possible. But I just never saw them as like prison bars or sorts personally. Then again, there's always these funny games where, because for the cinematics you want to be able to see like prisoners behind the bars, but then they had just the bars so far apart that the characters easily could just walk through the middle of the bars in a lot of cases, but they are still quote-unquote trapped in a prison of their own making or something like that. Oh. When you can, please check the Android emulators I linked to you. You will start with Mumu personally, had a good experience with it in the past. Alright, thank you Valakar, appreciate the reminder. Let me open this right now, before I forget about it again. I think Mumu Player is also what I used when I played the Ragnarok Online mobile thingy, until I got tired of the nonsense. Oh yeah, I suppose our mime also had the magic shell passive and the counterattack passive, if that ever came to fruition. Actually, I forgot about that part. The passives from Monk with counter and magic shell from Misting, I do get transferred to Freelancer and Mime when they master their top classes. Never came into play. Counter because, well, I literally didn't take any physical hits. And magic shell because we already had shell, it didn't matter. I suppose. And we have reached the end. Alright, everybody. Tomorrow is Friday, my one day off of the week. So no stream is there, but we will continue on, well, come back on Saturday with whatever game you voted for. So, once more, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care and have a good night. Bye bye.